And at the end of the day, after that scene, the next scene could be that the youths decide that since their voices are not being heard, they want to keep quiet. And then everybody moves out of their house and stands in front of their house, stands still, and not say a word. And that action is projected as if it happens for 24 hours. Trust me, if all Nigerians come out and stand without saying a word for 24 hours, everything in this country will change.
Yeah, you never see anything.
It's tested and trusted.
All right. Okay. So you have to come to the mic. Come to the mic. Come to the mic. Okay. So now, what is holding us up is the second story, right? That's our hold up. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. We'll come out with something really good. Yes.
Thank you very much. I kind of go with the last speaker, but standing still is not part of my suggestion. What I was suggesting was that maybe we'll have an elections or maybe a politician trying to buy some thugs in a village to fight for him, steal some boxes for him. Okay. Then one of the thugs happens to know when he was sending his children abroad. Then he will now come up and say it. So you take your children abroad and you want us to go and face the danger, kill ourselves for you. Okay. You understand? Actually, the one that protested will, you understand? The one that protested will actually organize the thugs, the so-called thugs, to stand against him. You understand?
I like that idea, but I've seen it somewhere. Mr. Macaroni did something like that. Okay, let me take a guy. Please, we don't have time again. Mr. Yomi is already harassing me.
All right. All the suggestions are wonderful, but considering the time frame, considering their valuable resources, I think most of them are already sounding like white elephant projects. I would suggest we look for simple stories, that will have metaphoric representations. It's that would, hit it very easy, and because the problem of this country is not just politics, it's not just insecurity, it's the value system. So let's, instead of thinking of how to cut off the branches, let us dig. Collins has an idea that can fly. So come.
He doesn't have an idea. Why did you? Okay, so I've run out of time. I have given sheets of papers for you to write your names, those of you that are interested in scripting, so that we can meet privately after the master class. I don't have time. You've been raising your hand up, it's true. So I have 4 minutes. Let's hear you. I have 4 minutes. No, him. Yes, you. You've been raising up your hand. It's you that wants to speak, so come and speak. Sorry about that. No, I'm just...
All right, looking at the time, just as he said, we don't have the whole time to do all this. But I want to speak more on domestic violence.
We already have that.
Okay.
We already have that on domestic violence.
Okay.
So let's discuss further after now. So if you're interested in building the story with us, okay, write your name down on the pieces of paper that I have given so that we can discuss, okay? I wish I could take everybody's suggestion. Just this one. Just this one. Oh, yeah, come and talk quickly. Just this one. She might just be our savior. Just this one. All right.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I got to realize that this election stuff or this political stuff is actually giving us issues. What about banditry? No. Banditry, we can just, okay, this is the idea. Let's say, okay, there's this military personnel who has a family. Then they get to call him for work. When he resumed his work, they came to kill his family, the community, everything. Then they had to fight, and it's a very short story. The idea is here, but I can't really say.
Oh. What's the resolution? What are we teaching? What is the message we want to give?
It's just due to lack of security from the government that caused that. So it's not every story that ends well. There are some that ends with tragedy.
We're trying to do a story that will bring an impact, okay, for the purpose of this projects, these two projects. We want to have a positive impact. I like your story. It's very nice. I've run out of time. Mr. Yomi is already smiling at me. I have to give him his mic. Let's discuss after here. Now, I'm around. Anybody that has any suggestions, please just meet me privately, even if you're not going to be in our scripting classes. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Fantastic, and fantabulous. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ike Chuku. I actually enjoy your session. Like, very seriously, I enjoyed it. Thank you. Well done. Let's give her another round of applause. I think it is important. Then, it doesn't end there. Like she said, the last thing she said was that if you have any idea, but you have not had the opportunity to talk to her here, please see her.
See me privately.
See her.
Privately.
She said privately. So. Yes. I hope that session was, it was nice. You love it. Then we move. We move by calling our cinematographer in the house, Mr. Ayo Ireyomi, to put us through what we need to do as far as cinematography is concerned. Welcome, Mr. Ayo. Clap for him. Welcome him. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah. I'm to take you cinematography. Who is a cinematographer? Let's start from there. I know most of you are not new into cinematography. Who is a cinematographer? What's the role of a cinematographer in a filmmaking? How important is a cinematographer in any production? Where does the work of a cinematographer start? And when does it end his work? In my introduction, I would like to, hello. Let's see. So, cinematography is an art of a cinematographer or a director of photography. His work, generally, is to interpret the script in pictures. That is the function of a cinematographer. Is to tell a story with pictures. That's who a cinematographer is. Then cinematographer rank as one of the most complex and challenging area of filmmaking. For a cinematographer to figure out how to light a scene or to block the camera movement and all that is really challenging. So as a cinematographer, you must know everything from scripting, directing, editing, color, you must know color. You understand? So you must know everything about production, almost everything. Because a cinematographer works with director, with all departments to get the story out the way it should be. Who is a cinematographer? A cinematographer is the head of the crew, the total crew. After the director on set, the next person that is, I can say the most important person after the director is the cameraman, because he works with every department. So a director of photography must be a problem solver. He must be able to solve problem in little time. You understand? Because in any production, problem comes out often. So you must be able to think fast and see how you can go about it. Then is the cameraman that also light, not just only to record the picture, he also lights the scene. So a director of photography must know how to light the scene. He must be able to interpret the mood, you understand, the tempo of the story that he's telling. Then a cinematographer must know the equipment he's using. It's very, very important. You must know your equipment. You must know your choice of equipment. You must know, because story is different from story, and the target audience also differs. So those things, the elements are the one that will determine the kind of equipment you are going to use in any production. Do you understand? Then we'll go to, no, sorry. Part of camera, we can't go through all that. I believe you have all done that before. So, lens, camera support, camera movements, like tracking, track out, that's the camera movement. Those are the techniques you employ to fluid your story as you're doing it. Then film, no, you don't know how to do. Lighting, source of light, you need to know this color temperature, which is the measure of the light in a foot candle. You don't need all this. So let's just go to choice of camera. As lights, camera, So you need to know this lighting. What is that? Okay. Possible camera specification. There is the different type of camera. Any camera you see, or is either have one or two of this specification. So if you are planning for any production, what are the factors that determine the type of equipment you use? These are the camera specification. It determines the kind of camera you are going to get. Most camera doesn't have the whole specification, but at least some of them will have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of this. So the more of this specification the camera has, more expensive it is to hire or to buy. So if you want to shoot any film, you must know your target audience. You must know you understand the quality of the film you want to shoot. That's what will determine the type of camera you get for your production. First, you said the resolution of that camera. Who can tell what's the resolution? What's the resolution? Anybody? Is that? Format? No. What is resolution? The picture quality of the camera. That's the picture reproduction of the detail of the picture reproduction that you are seeing. That's the resolution of that camera. And what determines it is that resolution. Like that resolution, we have 90/20p. We have 5K, we have 6K, 8K, 2K, 4K, and so on. So the number of K that it has determines the quality, the higher the quality of that camera. For instance, that K means the what do you call it? That's the mega pixel in it, the number of pixels that it has. That's what that K represents. Then variable frame rate. That is, the standard frame rate is 24 frames per second for film. While for cinema camera is for cinema camera is 24 frames, while for video is 25 frames per second. But some camera has variable speeds that can help you to achieve different feel when you are shooting your movie. For instance, if you are shooting at a high as 60 or 120 frames per second, at the time you are projecting, it gives you one effect. You can tell me what that effect is. If you want to talk, please raise up your hand. You know, film is projected at 24 frames per second or 25 frames per second on TV. But if you shoot on location at 25 frames per second, at 120 frames per second or 60 frames per second, what do you get on the screen when you are projecting it? Yeah, you get a slow motion. Because the speed at the time you are recording is higher than the speed in which the film is being projected. So it gives you slow motion. But when you record at a lower frame, like maybe 16 frames per second on the screen, on the camera, by the time you are projecting at 24 frames per second, it gives you fast motion. So if you are planning to shoot a movie with slow motion, then you look for a camera that have high rate of frame. Do you understand? That can shoot like from 40 frames per second upward, depend on the degree of slow motion you want. Then if you want a fast motion also, then you also have to decide to get a camera that can shoot a very less, frame per second on the set. Do you understand? Like 16 frame per second or 8 frames per second in order to get a fast motion at the end of the day. Then interchangeable lens. Aspect ratio. What's aspect ratio? Hello? Who can tell us? What's aspect ratio? But some of you are from film school. Okay. When you talk of aspect ratio, you are talking of the width and the breadth of the size of your picture. You understand? That's the aspect ratio. Then we have interchangeable lens. Does that camera have interchangeable lens? Can you change the lens and put another one, or is it a permanent lens, fixed lens that you are using? Like all this one, like this type of camera has a permanent fixed lens. You can't change the lens. But there are some camera that you can change their lenses. You can decide to use a prime lens. You can choose zoom lens and all that. Such camera give you flexibility, and it also give quality to what you are doing. Because when you use a prime lenses on your camera, it gives you more resolution than a zoom lens. Because there is a distortion of light with a zoom lens because it has multiple glass in it. But a prime lens has just only one single lens. So it transmits better. Then we have custom exposure or white balancing setting. Are you able to do your white balancing manually, or you just rely on the camera to do the white balancing for you? When we talk of white balancing in a camera, it means that when you do your white balancing, that means the camera will see white as white. It will see blue as blue. Do you understand? And see green as green. But if you do the white balancing wrongly, Maybe if you do a white balancing inside the room and you take the same camera outside to go and shoot, you won't have the right color because the light present outside is different from the one inside. So you have to do the white balancing under the condition of light present. You understand? On your set. So if you are doing it manually, it's far, far better than when you are doing it automatically. Because if you are doing it automatically, you just find the average for you. The camera will only find the average for you, and you won't get the right thing. But if you can get the one that you can do it manually on your own, then you have a good and a better production. Hello? I have not finished with that. Then focusing also. You want to know if that camera has the capacity to focus on manually. If you can focus manually, or you rely on the camera to focus for you. But an ideal is for you to be able to focus on your own, because you focus on the particular area of the scene that you want the audience to, you want to direct the attention of the audience to. So that they won't just, but if you are doing it manually, automatically, you just put everything in focus. So there is no direction. Do you understand? So when you're buying a camera, then you need the one that can focus manually and at the same time auto. Then recording process. How does camera store what you are recording? Is it external or internally? Do you understand? Can you connect the camera direct to another medium to record what you want to record? It will determine how fast and the volume of material you can also store before you try to download. Then the video components, that is, what are the accessories that the camera carries? Like the HD, SDI, HDMI out, all that. Then number 9, that's external input, microphone input. Some camera came with their own microphone. You cannot put external microphone. But as a professional cameraman, you want the one that has external microphone. You understand? So that you can choose the kind of microphone that is good for the environment you are shooting, that project, your film. Then audio monitoring. Some camera, you can't monitor the audio. You just record. Then it's after you have finished, done with recording, that you now see whether the audio is good or bad. But if it has the audio monitoring, then you can monitor what the camera is getting on the set. If there's any distortion or problem, you can solve it on the set there. But if there is no monitor, then there is no way you can be able to correct those lapses until you get to the editing bench, and that would be a problem. Recording video, like time code, all those things, those are still accessories. It's not every camera that have those accessories. You understand? Then manual frame rate. That is, can you adjust the frame rate the way you want it? Like if you want to get the fast motion, you decide that the camera should roll at, maybe only a frame at a time, or record up to 200 or 70 or 60. You determine if you can do it manually. But if you cannot do it manually, that means you have to follow what the camera will give to you. That means you don't have any, no room for creativity. That means you just have to follow what the camera is giving to you. But if you have all these elements inside your camera, then you'll be able to manipulate and get exactly what you want. The feel, the look, the speed, everything. You'll be able to manipulate it. Then, is your camera carrying PL mount, or what type of mount does it carry? That is If the camera has external, if you can use, interchangeable lenses on it. Is it PL? Is it F? Sure. There are different type of lenses, so you'll be able to choose which one do you want to use. You understand? That's the purpose of that this thing. Where is it? So the resolution of that camera also. What's the resolution? We'll talk of that at the beginning. Those are this thing. Then color representation of that camera. Is it raw? You understand? Is different, you can determine what is it ProRes. You can determine and choose on your own which one you want to shoot, the format you want to shoot. That's the most important thing as a cameraman. You must be able to determine this. Do you understand? So what you need in that camera will now determine the type of camera you go for. Is it the camera that has 5K resolution? Or you need to, maybe if you want to shoot for NTA, if you are shooting for NTA that they will air on NTA, you don't need to shoot on 6K or 5K. NTA still project on 2K. That means you don't need more than 2K to shoot your project. Then the accessories, are you shooting just ordinary documentary? If you are shooting a documentary, you may not need a camera that has all these facilities. You could just have a camera, even with autofocus, you can shoot your documentary. So these are the things you have in mind to determine the type of camera you are getting for a production. Any question? Any question? Do any of those? So, who is a DP? This is the one that is in charge of both camera and lighting. Is more or less second in command in a production. The director, he works in conjunction with the director. You understand? They meet. Is at the confluence of the story and the. You understand? And the screen. They work hand in hand. Is the second hand man of the director. Do you understand? Every other department, either costume, all of them take clue from the director of photography. They ask him questions. Which type of clothes do you want this person to wear here? What color? The set designer also have to liaise with the director of photography to know the type of the color they will put on the wall. Do you understand? So, do you have any question at all? Or you don't understand what I've been talking about since? Yeah? Do you understand? Okay. So I think I'm done.
He's done. Yes, actually, yeah, but he was asking whether there was a question, and now that he is done, you want to undone him again now. That's how you be undoning people. Okay, yeah. Come around here. Just attend to him.
Good morning, everybody. Upstanding is any Joshua, please. Sir, I would like you to just briefly run a separation between the cinematographer being in charge of the lights and the gaffer managing the lights. I think it will throw more light to a normal lay person that is here.
Okay. When I said the director of photography is in charge of the light, a gaffer is like a technician. You understand? The work of a gaffer is to give you what you want. As a director of photography, I will tell the gaffer, I need toasting light, or I need a warm, you understand, feel, warm environment. Then the gaffer now determine the type of light it's going to put that will give me that warmness that I need. Do you understand? If I say I need a resolution of, or the degree of light that I need like up to 4. I need 4 stop. I need like a 4 stop. Then you will understand what I mean. It's the one that will now determine either we used 2K light, or we used 4K light, or 5K light to lit the place. All I need to just tell him as a director of photography is that I want to shoot on 11, F11, or I want to shoot on F4. So once I tell him that, then he will know the type of light he's going to put there. Then I also have to tell him the direction of the light. Okay? Maybe I want to say, okay, the light is coming from the right angle, hitting the actor at the left, side of his face. That's all I need to tell him. Then he's now determine where he put the light so that the light will hit the person by the light. So a gaffer is the head of the lighting crew. A gaffer is the head of the lighting crew. But it takes instruction from the director of photography to determine the type of light they are going to use, to determine the position they are going to put the light, to determine the type of accessory they put in front of the light. So that's the date. Okay? Sorry, the question is coming.
Sir, I want to know the reason why you need a low resolution camera to shoot for news and a high one for film.
His question, he said, why do you need a low resolution camera to shoot for news and a higher resolution for film? When it's low resolution for video, it's because the video is smaller, the TV is smaller. Why cinema is a big screen? Do you understand? If you use a very low camera or resolution to shoot a movie and you show it on a big screen, you will not see anything. Do you understand? So that's why you need a very high resolution to shoot for. That's just the difference. Yeah. Is that what? For news, yeah. Okay. For instance, if you are shooting for news, you don't need a higher resolution like that. When I say higher resolution, I don't mean you just shoot with a bad camera or something like that. You don't need it because the TV, you understand, no matter how small, you still see what you want. It will be clear to you. You understand, you can see. But if you show it on a big screen, you will not see it. But if you are using a higher resolution for TV, you are just wasting money. You are wasting resources. Hold on. Like somebody, okay. Yeah. Okay. From the director of photography, yeah. No. Director has the final say, is the final authority on any set. You understand? Because the story you are interpreting for him as a director of photography. Is the director that you are working for or producer. Director has the final say, but if a director do not trust the judgment of a director of photography, he will not hire him in the first place. Okay? And if a director can do the job of the director of photography, he will not hire him. Do you understand? So, The director of photography take instruction from the director. The director take the director of photography. This is the story I want to tell. Then the director of photography now advise the best way, you understand, to communicate that in pictures and lighting. You understand? But the lighting strategies, the camera movements, and all that is the director of photography that determine that. It's only when they have the director of the whole film has objection, you understand, have objection to what the director of photography is doing, that he can now put his own this thing. But sometimes, if there is that controversy, maybe the director of photography believe that this is the best way to do it, and the director believe that this is the way I want to communicate my idea, then they can now agree, okay, let me take your own, and I will take my own. You understand? They can agree and take the two. Then when they get to the editing bench, then they can now determine, instead of losing one. You understand? Because by the time you get to the editing bench and you started editing, then the director may now see sense in what the director of photography is saying. Okay? That's why you need, okay, let's take it, and we'll still take it my own way. When we get to editing bench, then we can now determine which one to use. Okay? Somebody's...
Thank you very much. It was done long ago, and he remains done. Ayo, thank you so much. Let's give me a round of applause. Let's appreciate him. Yes. So far, so good, I want to believe. And I also want to believe that... do I believe? No, I think I don't believe. I know that it is not everything or every aspect of the filmmaking that everybody will be interested in at the same level. Therefore, as the program continues, keep making up your mind. As far as this program is concerned, what do I want to do? Do I want to write? Do I want to photograph? Do I want to manage? Am I interested in performance? And so on and so forth. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good. And like what Uncle Ayo just said, let me put it this way for my brother at the back. Some DOPs are actually very abrasive. They want to take control of the job from the director. They want the actors to respect them and see the director as being lower. But if you are actually a director, that will not happen on your set. It is impossible. The director calls the shots. The director calls the shot. The director calls the shot. Thank you very much. We are making progress. We are making progress. We have had so far 2 subject matters discussed. The next should be production management, after which we have directing. As it is now, we will proceed with discussing production management. I will kick it off on behalf of the resource person who is head up with other matters up here, see concerning this project. So he has requested that I kick off before he comes around. Are we together? Are we together? Or do you guys want to go on break? There is no break. Oh, you ain't going anywhere. You're right here. Until we finish our talks, we are not going nowhere. And we don't have the luxury of time. So the next 1 hour, any break you want to go in and go on, you can always go on. Production management. This slide is doing me shege. Samuel. Ayo. You know, you have problem. You will run. Yes. Production management. Let me start this way. For those of you who came from outside Abuja, before you came, you had information that you are going to come here. You had information on departure time. Am I right? Am I right? You had information on what is expected of you as participants. Let us assume that by the time you get to the bus terminal or the airport where your flight will take off from, you get there like 30 minutes late. What will happen to you? What will happen to you? You will miss your flight and you will not be here. So before you came here at all today, or whenever you came, you had planned to come here. Therefore, I want to seriously emphasize here that production management basically has to do with planning and nothing else. It has to do with planning and nothing else. And if you do not plan well, what happens to the project? Any human project at all, any human endeavor at all. If you don't plan well, you fail. So let's now apply this to film making. Thank God you have had talks on script writing. You have had talk on cinematography. Do you need resources to make a film? Human resources, technical resources, creative, artistic resources. You need money. Are we together? And so on and so forth. Making your film, does it begin at the point where you start shooting? Does it end at shooting? Good. We must bear in mind that every phase of production has the need for adequate planning. And that explains why when you have made up your mind to embark on a project, you will say you have 3 stages of production. When you have maybe pre-production, pre as a prefix means before production, then production itself, then post-production. Therefore, production management is a lot of planning for all the stages of production. Before you make the film at all, there is the need for you to plan. Do I want to make this film? If I want to make this film, where do I want to make this film? Are you with me? What technical resources do I need to make this film? What artistic resources does the making of this film entail? Who and who do I need to make this film? For me to achieve all of this and gather all of this that I need together, how much do I need? Are you with me? And within what time and what time do I want or would I love to have made this film? Are you guys following me? Therefore, let's break it down this way. Let's break it down this way. You know, we say we have 3 stages, right? We have pre-production, we have production, and post-production before you go into marketing, exhibition, and what have you. Our reference point here will be the feature film. The films that Nollywood, Hollywood, Bollywood produce. Are you with me? Good. The basis of any work at all, any film at all, any feature film at all, the basis, the foundation is the screenplay, the script. Are you with me? The script will call your attention to a lot of details on what you need to do. For instance, maybe the 4th scene of your script is taking place outside. Are you with me? Then you say maybe scene 1, exterior, day or night, and so on and so forth. The script will tell you where is the action of this scene taking place. Are you with me? Do you have to look for such a place if you want to tell your story effectively? Do you have to? Yes, you definitely would have to. Now, who and who are the characters in that particular scene? Are you with me? Now, you identify the characters. Now, you look at it. Which actor could carry this role effectively and give me exactly what I want? Do you have to look for such people or not? You have to. Now, what kind of clothes are the characters now putting on? That is what you'll be likely going to put on the actors too. Am I right? Good. Do I have to get that particular texture, costume, or whatever? Do I need money to do that? You identify that. You find that in the script. Are you with me? Does he have a car? Does he wear wristwatch? Does he wear bowler hat? Does he walk with a walking stick? And what have you and what have you? You find everything as part and parcel of the screenplay. So the foundation of your planning, the foundation of the management of your production starts with you having access to the script. We will go and discuss script breakdown eventually, but the way I'm going to handle it, we don't have the luxury of time. You understand? Now, you have to be able to identify all of this, and that is what will determine how the shoot is planned. Bear this in mind. Film is business. Film is business. Whether you make profit in terms of raw cash or you get gratified as a filmmaker, depending on the purpose for which you are making your film, every film project must be treated as business. It is an investment. And when you have an investment and you don't plan it well, what happens? It fails and you run at a loss. So we're treating whatever we're doing here during this program, we are going to treat it as business. Are we together? We're going to treat it as business. But let me just quickly glide through what happens at pre-production. Then we'll pick our script and do a breakdown, our imaginary script now. Are we together? And do a quick breakdown of it and see what we can achieve. At pre-production, you plan, right? What are you planning for? What are you planning for at pre-production? You are planning for a production, otherwise known as principal photography. Now, since the script is the foundation of what you do, if you are not familiar with the script, can you understand its content? Is it possible? Is it possible that you're not familiar with the script and you understand its content? It's not possible. So the first thing you have to do is, maybe as a producer, as a production manager, as a line producer, and so on, I'll give you that structure eventually. You have to be very familiar with your script by reading and reading and rereading, just like every other member of the production team should. Are we together? You could read together collectively as a production team or even as individuals, and in the process of doing that, you are making notes. You are making notes. Such notes that you start making right from the start also form part and parcel of your breakdown. You could pick a pen or colored pencil. They had a name that we used to call them. Crayons. Yes, in those days we call them crayons. Now, there are so many elements that you discover as the content of your script. Am I right? Am I right? Could you discover props? Props. What are props? You know what props are. Now, could you discover maybe costumes? Are we together? Could you discover accessory? As you are doing that, you are taking note of all of this. And nothing must be left out. Because everything has a cost. Am I making sense to you guys at all? Am I making sense? You see, if I know they make sense, make you not tell me so that we can just move to the next thing. No? Am I making sense to you? Okay, I'm making sense to you. But you guys are still frowning. You don't like money. We said film is business, right? This is the money-making aspect of it now, and you are looking as if you are not interested in money. Now you look at all of this, you identify all the needs, all the requirements of being able to effectively tell the story. You understand? It is that will help you to draw up a budget. Every production needs a budget. You need money to make production, right? And you have to draw up a budget. Every item must be properly put a cost to, so that at the end of the day, are you there? So that at the end of the day, you will not be running out of resources for which you could effectively tell your story. Bishop, come and do something for me now. Okay. With which you effectively tell your story. Now, there is what is also known as scheduling. You schedule for everything, every aspect of your production. You get templates, maybe shooting schedule. Are you with me? Production schedule. You get all of these schedules out. Checklist, maybe equipment checklist. What equipment do we need? As a production manager, your major role is to be able to help the production team to effectively manage the project within the resources that are available and within the stipulated time frame for the production. For instance, the producer tells you that I have just 100 million to make this 30-minute film. Will people eat? Would they eat? Your actors, your crew members, would they eat? Would they be paid? Would they be transported? Would they sleep in hotels and what have you and what have you? All of these have to be effectively planned and carried out within the available resources, both human, capital, and what have you. That's what makes you an effective production manager. Time management, resources management. That is, all of these would have been properly planned out at pre-production. And what you are planning for at the pre-production is the production itself. Because if you do not plan well at pre-production, there is absolutely nothing. There is absolutely nothing that you could achieve at production. The production will be a failure. Bishop, come around. I want you to help me sort out what script breakdown is. Script breakdown is all about within 10 minutes. Please, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bishop Oko. He's a filmmaker, a PG student in my school, of whom I am well pleased. Please, go ahead from here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen. They call me Bishop. Okay, 5 minutes. All right. We'll just do it in theory, and then when we break out into various groups for production, we'll do it in practical. So when you hear script breakdown, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Anybody? Script breakdown is a compound word. So there must be a script before there's a breakdown, right? So what comes to your mind when you hear script breakdown? It sounds big if it's together, but if you separate them, it's just simply the process of identifying and separating every factor that matters to you as a director, as a producer, as a crew member. Okay? So in that process of breaking down a script, as a costumier, as a makeup artist, you prepare your costume chart, right? So as a costumier, what will you be looking out for? Yes, in the process of script breakdown, as a costumier, what would you be looking out for? Good, the costumes. And what are costumes? Clothing, anything at all that your actors are supposed to wear, and other accessories. So as a props person, as a set designer, what are you supposed to be looking out for? The props. And what are props? Properties. Yes, that add value, that constitutes the story. If the scene description says he removes his glasses and drops it on the table, at that point it becomes what? It becomes a props. When he was wearing it, it was what? A costume. But at that moment, it becomes a responsibility of the property person, ensuring that this is available. Now, as a cinematographer, if you go through the script, what are the things you are supposed to identify in the process of breaking down the script? Your shots, camera angles, the location, right? How much space do you have at your disposal? The director, the script description or the director says, I want a dolly shot. You begin to look at the space. Can we achieve movement? It's a scene in the kitchen. Everywhere is all tiled up. As a sound person, that might be a problem to him. You start figuring out, okay, what are the best mics I can use for this? With all these tiles, by the time you hit it with light, it will reflect, right? So these are the processes that are involved in script breakdown. Now, usually it is most often left for the assistant director and the production manager to do. But you see, it is a responsibility of everybody. You know why? Once you get the script, you read several times to internalize the entire story idea of the film, and then you begin to pick out details of factors that will make your job easier. If you are the hairstylist and it's a wedding scene, you're already picturing things, right? So when you get to that scene, you make some notes. So it's simply that process where you outline what is required. So camera unit also, you would begin to note. So this is the lens we need. These are the gears we need. We don't want to be on stick. We want some movement. We need a gimbal. We need this and we need that. So that is what script breakdown entails. It's just a simple, deliberate, and conscious process of breaking down your script without leaving out any information at all. So are there other departments that we've not touched? All right. Scheduling also is the duty of the assistant director and the production manager. It's simply a process of creating a timetable for the production. Right? And it is a very technical work. It is not just a film creative process. It requires serious managerial skills, because if you have a terrible scheduling, you will have a terrible production. You will spend more, right? So it is wisdom that if you have 25 scenes to shoot within this vicinity, you schedule so that you shoot around there, right? Not shoot one here. You go to Gaines Village, shoot one, and come back. And you know, in film production, traveling time is very serious time. So the scheduling is just simply creating a timetable for the production and saying, okay, this is the scenes we are shooting for today. Approximately 6 scenes per day. So from this time to this time we are shooting, this is our break time. And it's not just putting it on paper, because what we do most often is just put it on paper and not adhere to it. So it is the duty of the assistant director and the production manager to ensure that we all adhere to it. Yes, there are some factors that might come up that is beyond our control, but you, to the best of your ability, you insist and make sure that we adhere to this scheduling. So it's simply creating a timetable for this shoot. And then it is by this timetable that every other department is supposed to make provision for what is needed according to the dates written. If this is the day we are shooting the swimming pool scene, the costumier should know that, oh, okay, we are going to need some swimming trunks and all that, some bikinis. And then the sound guy, we know that, okay, you can't swim with your lavalier on, right? So we shoot with a boom or whatever. So that's just what it entails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Now, guys, we are trying as much as possible to maximize time. What we should do in like 6 years, if you want to study film, is what we're trying to do within a week. I want to put it this way. We would be having inserts of other programs while the Imagine Talent program still goes on. But I want you to bear the following in mind. One, by fire, by thunder, we are filming tomorrow. Do you understand that? We are going to make a film tomorrow. Do you want to make films? Do you want to make films? We're going to make films tomorrow. This is it. While talking, before I called this young man, something just occurred to me. That is it not better that we kickstart the filming or its process immediately so that people could learn while doing? You know, it comes easier when you do and you learn, hands on, practically. You know, so just resolve that we're going to film tomorrow. Therefore, for those that are interested in script writing, please immediately after now see Mrs. Peace Ikechukwu, or you talk to me, or you talk to Uncle Ayo. Our work starts now. The script must be ready since 2 years ago. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Now, for those of you who are interested in managing production, let us know. You know, Johnson, get me some plain sheets. Get me some plain sheets from the secretariat, please, immediately. Let's do it. We'll just pass some lists around as we are having the next program. You just put down your name in whatever area you are interested in. For those of you who are interested in camera works, you put your names down on a list. For those of you who want to be performers, you put your name down on a list. Immediately after the program is kicking off now, we come back to our own program. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I will say that so far, so good as far as I am concerned. No knowledge is ever a waste, and I strongly believe that we have picked one or two things from this exercise. But the moment we get doing, then it gets better. Thank you very much. God bless you. Bros, thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Clap for me now, but I'm not trying. We can't see with this. When I know they do this guy, you know. Person get hot temper and I go see they provoke him. And this is my rector, Professor Jeremiah Metusela, the rector of the National Film Institute, Jos. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yomi Olugbodi. That was a nice outing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you having a nice time like me? That response was a bit poor. Are you having a nice time like me? Yeah, it's good to be in Abuja. It's good to be in ZOF 2022. And we are just beginning. Now we are going to have 2 scintillating hours. 2 scintillating hours of another program. This time around is going to be a webinar on documentary film making. And I am here to introduce the anchor of this program, who is none other than Eva Barta the cultural attaché of the Spanish Embassy in Nigeria. Please give her a big round of welcome. You listen in, and I'm sure at the end of the day, we would have learned something. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor for the Spanish Embassy to be here with you today. I'm not going to be the one talking to you, obviously, but we have someone from Spain. We have Itxaso Díaz. She's a Spanish director and filmmaker. Unfortunately, she cannot be here with us presently. She was meant to be at Zuma when Zuma was, for different reasons, postponed. So we decided to still keep her, and she's here with us today. Bienvenida, Itxaso. Buenos días. And so Itxaso was in Abuja. Itxaso was in Abuja about 3 weeks ago or so, because we had already made all the arrangements for her to come. And she was also here to receive an award from the WIFAN, the Women International Film Festival, that took place here in Abuja earlier in February. And she got an award for the best documentary short for her documentary, The Story of All of Us Women, which is about the abortion in El Salvador. She also presented here on a press conference another documentary, The Load on Me. And I'm sure that during the festival you'll have the opportunity to see some of her works. But without further delay, I will give the floor to Itxaso now, who will be talking about how to make a documentary. She's mainly focused on the social documentaries, social issues that are important for society all over the world. And so she will be explaining basically what are the steps to follow for a documentary. I hope you enjoy the session, and please feel free once she's done to make questions. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you, Eva, and thank you, the Spanish Embassy, for collaboration with the festival and bring me the opportunity to be here with you. Unfortunately, online. I would love to be there in person, but as Eva explained, I was there like a month ago, and it was really great to have the opportunity to meet a lot of Nigerian women who work in cinema. Most of you work in cinema, don't you? I can see some of you. Can you put your hands up? All of you who work in cinema and develop documentaries also? Are you interested in documentary? Yeah? Okay. So normally I work with citizens who don't have any knowledge about how to develop documentaries, how to develop films. And my presentation is going to be quite easy and simple, because normally I teach to people who, don't have this knowledge, this, cinema background. I would like to share my screen. Is it possible? Can someone from the organization tell me if it is possible to do it, please? Okay, I'm going to open what I want to open, and then you tell me, because I cannot hear you. I cannot hear anything. Okay.
Hello, Ma, you can go ahead and share your screen. It's allowed. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. We didn't have the opportunity to prepare this before, so so I'm working on it. Okay. Let me see what is there. Zoom in here. Now I can't go back to my Zoom. I don't know why.
Sorry. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay, now I'm in Zoom. I'm sharing my screen. I don't know how to do it. Desktop. Okay. Let me check again. Can you see my screen?
We haven't seen it, ma'am. The screen is not yet up.
Okay, okay. So basically, I'm going to share a Prezi presentation. I don't know if you know the application Prezi, but it's quite nice to prepare this kind of presentations. And the name of the presentation is Steps to Make a Documentary, how to turn the stories that reality give us into a documentary project. So this is the theme of my presentation.
Itxaso, perdona. Te voy a dar una dirección
¿Sí?
de dirección de correo electrónico para que mandes
¿Sí?
la presentación y que la puedan proyectar desde aquí.
Ah, vale.
¿Puede ser?
Sí, claro. No lo sé. No sé si... Porque no, ahora no se compartía, ¿no?
No.
Compartir.
Entonces te doy una dirección. Te la comparto ahora por WhatsApp. ¿Vale?
Vale. Tengo que abrir WhatsApp entonces. Sorry for all these technical issues. We didn't have the chance to prepare previously, and this kind of things happen. Maybe you can make a break while we try to resolve all these.
Itxaso, te acabo de compartir una dirección de correo electrónico. A ver si puedes enviar el documento.
Voy a intentar, I'm trying. Okay, it's done. I have sent it to the address you gave me.
Vale, ahora probamos.
Okay, but let me see if I can. Oh, the address doesn't work. I'm going to try again.
Te mandamos otra dirección, Itxaso, lo siento.
No. No, it doesn't work. Maybe now.
Te acabamos de mandar otra dirección de correo electrónico.
¿Por WhatsApp?
Sí.
No la veo. A ver. No la veo, Eva. I cannot see it. Eva, I didn't have any new message with a new...
Sí, espera, se ha ido la conexión. Un momento.
Ah, okay. So, si comparto pantalla no funciona. If I share the screen, it doesn't work, ¿eh?
A ver, trata de... ¿Tú lo estás compartiendo ahora, la pantalla?
Voy a ver si... Igual no lo estaba haciendo bien.
Aquí ya te han dado acceso a compartir.
Vale, pues voy a ver si lo estoy... Igual lo estaba haciendo yo mal. Esto es lo que tiene no haber ensayado antes. A ver, compartir pantalla.
Y la dirección ya la tienes que haber recibido.
Salir de la reunión, no. Es que me está pidiendo algún permiso desde mi ordenador.
¿Me la puedes mandar a mí la presentación vía WhatsApp?
Lo intento. No. No funciona. Es que es un precio para... No, a ti no funciona, a ti no te funciona.
¿Y por correo electrónico?
Voy, sí. Ujú. Lo he enviado, ¿eh? Igual tengo que... a ver, ¿cómo era esto? Enviados... No.
Vale, lo hemos recibido por correo, ahora vamos a ver si lo podemos poner.
Vale, lo que pasa es que en ese caso yo no puedo manejarlo. ¿Te acuerdas como la otra vez que lo manejabas tú?
Sí, lo manejo yo desde aquí.
Vale. A ver si lo podéis abrir, porque yo me lo he descargado para Mac y no sé, claro. Compartir.
Vale, has compartido ahora, ¿eh? Has compartido
¿Sí?
pantalla.
Vale.
Sí, pues ya puedes
Mira.
empezar.
Vale.
Adelante.
No, y se ha ido para atrás. Oh. Vale. So, sorry for all those. This is the problem of direct things. Well, as I was mentioned, this is a small presentation, steps how to make a documentary, and as most of you may know, there are those 4 parts, like the pre-production, the production, the post-production, and then the longest part, that is the distribution. No. So, whenever you choose, something that you want to, you think, it's a good theme, it's a good question to make a documentary about. First of all, of course, you want to ask yourself what's going to be your film about. And for me, for example, it's very important the idea of make visible the invisible things. No, and the documentaries that Eva talked about previously when she was doing my introduction. One is about caregiving, and the other one is about the abortion in El Salvador. So I try to make visible those questions with my films, with my documentary. Of course, you have to choose the point of view and have references from other documentary works that inspire you. No, you have to. In my case, I try to see as many films and documentaries as I can in order to get inspired by the theme and also by the structure. Then came one of the longest part, which is the investigation. You have to do this work in order to make sure that the things you are telling about this theme are real. So you have to work with insiders. You have to search, reading about the subject, like newspapers, libraries, archives, individuals, etc. As I mentioned before, screening of documentary films and fiction, get inspired by the work of others. Try to, if you identify the characters, the possible characters of your film, try to make interviews with informants and with these characters, online or physically. And definitely a short material collection also. No? Then we spoke about the characters, no? The reality, because we are speaking about documentaries, this is not fiction. The reality gives us people that are going to be the characters of your film, no? So you have to ask yourself, why is this person going to be the character of my film, no? Who is that person? What is going to tell about the theme we want to speak about, are we going to describe their lives and how to do it, no? And if it is possible, for example, now I am preparing a documentary in Kenya and Uganda, and now we are making all this pre-production part, and we are trying to find those people who are going to be the character of our film, and we want to make an online interview with them to see if we can develop this character in our documentary, which is going to be about sexual violence for women in Congo. Then obviously you have to find the structure of your documentary. Sometimes, at least for me, it's very difficult to think about the documentary previously. Make a script, for example, because you never know what is going to happen. But at least you have to make the effort to think about the structure, how it's going to be, no? If it's going to be an observational film or more direct action film, no? If you are going to have interviews, people speaking in front of your camera, for example, not the last film, but the film that won the award in WIFEN in Nigeria. I worked not recording the interview to the 3 women who were the main character of my film. I was working with the audio only, because I discovered that a camera can be very invasive, and we don't feel comfortable when we have a camera in front of us recording our image. So I decided to work only with the sound. So I record quite long interviews with those three women, and they felt very comfortable, and it helps a lot to the message, to the texture of the sound. And for me, it's very important to pay attention to those little details, you know, that are going to be your film like more real, no? Make me have more empathy with the audience, no? And also, for example, apart from the interview, apart from observational filming or direct action, if you are going to use any archive, no, like pictures or any other previously material recorded about this, well, you have to look for it and make decisions at that time, because audiovisual, as you may know, most of you, is to make decisions. You decide when you make the frame, you decide when you are editing, you decide every time what is going to be in and what is going to be out of your film, no? Then you have to think also about the conventional, no, the structure of how it's going to be, the storytelling, how it's going to be the narrative for your film, no? The conventional one, which is intro, note, and outcome. This is the most popular structure. If it's going to be linear, it looks like there is nothing, there is not a story, nothing happens, but something is happening in front of the camera. Or if it's going to be multi-layer. There are three very basic examples. There are many others that you can, you know, follow if you want. And then for me, this is very hard to make the script because, as I mentioned before, sometimes when you work with documentary, you have to try to think what is going to happen, and then the reality can change all the structure and all the recording. So, but basically, this is, you know, like some steps like synopsis, note of intention from director, from the production, historical brief, the character profile, the structure, the audiovisual treatment note, and the budget. No, this is a very basic one. You most of you may know how to develop that. For example, now I am preparing 3 documentaries, and for me, when I work in documentary, it's very difficult to think about all those things before starting to record. No? So once you make all this pre-production period, it's time to do the production. That is the recording, no? And for example, thinking of the last and the next films I record, and I'm going to record, most of them take place in another country and another continent. So you have to plan and travel. The insertion, I will explain later what this is about. The recording, the flexibility, and I cannot see my own screen here, and the backup, which is very important. So I'm going to try to go one by one. So it's very important, obviously, to design a production schedule. Try to imagine how it's going to be. Then, for example, when I was preparing my film in El Salvador, the story of all of us women, which was the winner of the WIFEN Festival Best Documentary Short, we made a schedule. So no even one step of this schedule happened. We have to change everything, but at least we make the effort to design this schedule, no? When you travel and you go to another, not only country, but other continent, you have to make sure that you make an equipment insurance, because, things can happen traveling, and you never know what is going to to happen there. So it's better if you are covered with an insurance. Also, you have to think previously, how is the transport? How are you going to move through the territory you are going to record? And make sure you have someone that is going to be available for you in order to go with you from one part to another part. But this is very important, at least for me, when I was in El Salvador recording, and it's going to be very important next month when I'm going to Kenya and Uganda. So make sure how does it work, the local offset, the transport, no? And also very important, when you are not working in your house, when you are not working in your company, you are outside, try to have a space in which you can work every day, because you need to concentrate and you need to make sure you have all your things. When I speak about the insertion, for me it's very important, for example, to respect the place where I am recording, to respect the people I am interviewing. So the first thing I do is be there, here. I am not the protagonist of this story, okay? I'm the director, but not the protagonist. And I have to listen, I have to hear the environment and the people and the situation I want to record. You have to observe what is happening there, because sometimes when we enter into a reality, we change this reality. For example, I remember once we were recording a documentary in Bangladesh, and we were working with 2 NGOs, international NGOs, and we were working with the participation of citizens. We were making a workshop, that we were teaching them how to record with the mobile. And we discovered that if we go with those citizens who were taking part in our project, people around were paying a lot of attention to us because we were foreigners, Europeans recording there something, So we took the decision not to leave the vans, the cars. We stayed in the cars and we leave, that the participants do this work themselves, because we were changing the reality of this place. So we, prefer not to be there in order not to change it, no? Sometimes, apart from hear and observe, you have to explain the project many times, because you have to convince people in order to, have the permission to record their reality, no? There is a reciprocal observation. You observe them, they observe you. You have to be, conscious about that. And as I mentioned before, respect, I don't know, I cannot remember how in Spanish we say, like an elephant enter into a Chinese shop, Sometimes we go there with, our intention, our project, our budget, our schedule, and we enter like an elephant, and this is not the best situation to record the reality of a place. So try to be, invisible if it is possible. Recording. For me, it's important in this observation when I am recording, look not only at the theme of your movie, but also at the environment, and try to think what you should record to reproduce it in your work later. No? Try to record and bring to your film the sensation, the feeling you are having when you are there in this place recording. Sometimes it's a good idea to write a diary, and then in this diary you write your feelings when you are in this place, and then when you are making the edition, read your diary and try to reproduce, those feelings into your film, Try to spend time with the characters of your film before you start recording. This is very important for me. When we were recording the story of All of Us Women, we spent like 2-3 days with those women who were in prison for years because of abortion. So for us was, very important not to arrive there and take the camera and start recording. For us was important to arrive there and meet them and then meet us. So we start the relationship, we explain the project, we ask them, where do you want us to record you? What do you want to say? Well, I think it's a conversation, it's a dialogue you have to have with the characters of your film. Because this is a question of trust. I don't want to use people for my films. I try to, make them part of my films, Record more than you may need, but not everything, because sometimes when we record too much material, then it's very difficult to make decisions. And as I mentioned at the beginning, audiovisual is about make decision, what is going to be in and what is going to be out. So if you have a lot of material, it's quite complicated to choose, to make a focus, what is going to be definitely in your film. And I always say that, be especially careful with the sound, because cinema is audio visual. So audio is more important than visual, Good audio can save any bad image, but bad audio cannot be saved, not even with a good image. So in this sense, audio is more important than image, okay? So be ready for the flexibility, especially if you are traveling to another country. You may don't know the context and the reality, as I mentioned before, I was planning to El Salvador, everything was in the schedule, I arrived there, and then nothing, not even one point, we could develop in the plan we made before. So you have to be prepared. It doesn't mean that, because everything can happen, I'm not going to prepare my film. No, you have to prepare your film. And you have to prepare a plan A, B, C, whatever. You have to be ready for the flexibility before even going to the contest you want to record. And then the backup, for me, is very important, and for everyone, I think. Make daily backups if it's possible. Check the material you have recorded and organize it, because it's going to help you to have everything more prepared and to be sure that the things that you have recorded is okay for the purpose of your film. And also because if you have a backup, daily backup in the place, it can be a hotel, an apartment, or wherever you are, and something happened, if you are recording outside, at least you have the backup and the previous material you have is safe, okay? Sometimes, they can assault you, so they can take your material. So it's better if you make sure you have everything, safe previously. Then arrives the post-production. You come back to your place, if you were traveling out, and start again to work on it. But before, for me, it's very important to take a break. Take a break, breathe, take distance from the film, from the problem, from the reality you have recorded, give you time to relax, to go back to your daily life and whatever, because this time will give you perspective to the project. And this perspective is going to help you to decide what is going to be in and what is going to be out. And you come more fresh, because sometimes those troubles are very strong and you may need to separate a little bit from those things before you go back. Because sometimes, for example, we record things, we want them to be in the film. And even if the film can work without that, we want, and we try and push to make it inside. And sometimes it's not need. When you give yourself time and you take a breath and you come more fresh and you take distance to your project, it helps for you not to press and put something that the project doesn't need, okay? Once you go back to the material, check again everything and rewrite the script, because probably the previous script doesn't work with the material you finally have, no? If you are lucky and have a screenwriter in your team, try to work with this person, obviously. Unfortunately for me, I don't work at the moment with a screenwriter. I have to do the script on my own, so I have to dialogue with myself, and sometimes it's very difficult. Start the edition. This is my favorite part. I really like to edit the films. I don't know what program you use, but I use Final Cut 10. And one thing I learned is that once I start to edit my project, and I want to change something, what I do is duplicate the project, duplicate the timeline. So I make the change. If I like what I made, I continue with it. But if I don't, I go back to the previous timeline. Sometimes I have even 8, 9, 10 timelines, no? But it's, I can, see if I like more this version or this other version in order to work only in one timeline, You will have to make decisions and sacrifice part of the material, is what I am saying all the time, what is going to be in and what is going to be out, If it is necessary, take again some time, some distance to the edition. Forget about it for 1, 2, 3 days if you can, and then go back. Because again, you will come back more fresh. This is very important also. Apart from director, I have a film festival. I'm the director of a working class film festival in Bilbao, where I live in the north of Spain. And I can say that sometimes we cannot choose some films that are applying to our. I think, less is more. So if you can say the thing you want to say in 20 minutes, 25 or even less, it's okay. Sometimes we force ourselves to make a feature film and it's not necessary. And sometimes we don't know how to keep, the tension in our film when we want to make like 1 hour or more. So less is more. Short films are okay also, and it's easier to have opportunities in festivals after you finish your project. Okay. After the edition, it's time for other professionals. If you have the opportunity to work with other professionals, like the sound mixer, the music composer, the graphic designers is very important. The design of the text we are going to use in our film, very important. The color corrector, the translation, for example, if you are going to translate into another languages, here in the Basque country where I live, we have to translate everything into Basque. Also, we want have an international, opportunity, so we do it also in English, no? And then you have to subtitle, obviously, the film, no? Sometimes I have the opportunity because I have the budget to work with those profiles. Sometimes I don't, and I have to do it on my own. For me, it's very important also the music composer, because music can give you, to your film a kind of emotion. You cannot have it only with the image and the sound of the direct sound of the film. And music can give another level, another step, So for me, it's important if you can identify and work with a very good music composer. And then don't play the trailer. It's very important. Even if you make a short film, a trailer, a teaser is very important because it helps to show your film in social, webs and also in festivals. And then when you have the production, the pre-production, production, and post-production done, it's time for the distribution. Okay, so be patient. Be patient with the distribution because this can make long 2 years. For example, the story of All of Us Women, the film that won the prize, I started to make the distribution in May 2020. We are in May 22, and I'm still with this work. And I say 2 years because after it's difficult that a festival choose your film because they want, the last productions, the last 2 years productions. So that is the time that you have the opportunity to be selected in festivals, no? Think, for example, previously to apply to festivals. If you are planning to apply to festivals, if you want to open your film in platforms like YouTube or Vimeo, you don't need password to watch it. Because some festivals, they don't accept films if they are already opened online. So, for example, in my case, I open all my films. I know I am closing the doors of some festivals, but for me, it's more important that audience can have the opportunity to see my film, that have it, for 2 years, close, expecting that some festivals choose my work. So this is a personal decision. You can choose if you want or if you don't. Then look for festivals and apply with your film. I use, for example, Film Freeway, First Home, but there are many others. Also, it depends. Sometimes each country have their own platforms to make the distribution. And after that, follow the inscriptions. And please don't take the no personally. I can say sometimes as a director of a festival, sometimes you want to choose more films than you finally choose, but you don't have time physically to show all the works. So you have to choose again which ones are going to be in and which ones are going to be out. And sometimes, unfortunately, our films get out of the final selections of the festivals. Okay. So if you are selected from some festivals, you may get ready to travel to different places, countries, continents, if you can, to be part of the festival. Unfortunately, with the COVID we had the last 2 years, it was more difficult because most of the festivals were online. Slowly, we are recovering the physical festivals and the opportunity to travel and to be there in person, as I was last month in Nigeria. Communicate in social media its selection, because it's an honor to be selected in a festival, so you have to share it with your people in social media, and also when there is a professional choosing your film, it gives you more prestige. I don't know how to say that. Más prestigio. It becomes more important because there are people, recognizing your work. And then try to update your poster or whatever, all the image you have from your film with the laurel of each festival. And then participate in festivals, make your film visible. So for me, as I started saying, when I finally learned to share this presentation with you, my intention was to make invisible things visible. So when you are participating in a festival and they screen your film, finally you make that dream possible, because you are making visible the invisible problems, no? So at that point you have to be happy because you learn your dream. And of course it's very important, if you try to enjoy all this journey of making a film, of making a documentary, because this is the purpose of our work. So this is all I wanted to share with you. I don't know if I explained myself properly after the problems at the beginning, but here I am if you have any question, and thank you very much. I cannot hear anything. Maybe.
If you have any questions for her, you just indicate and then you come over here and ask your question. Yes, come.
So, Ichazo, we're going to have a round of questions and answers.
Okay.
So we're starting now.
Okay. Maybe you have to help me.
Please make your questions very brief and straight to the point. Anybody who has questions, let him just come now and we'll just take it. You have a mic here? Okay, take it.
Okay, ma'am, you said something concerning direct actions. So I want to be cleared on that. Did you get me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Hola. Hi.
Hi. I said you said something concerning direct actions. So I want to be cleared on that.
Okay. It's when an action is happening in front of you, in front of your camera, you just try to record what is this action. This is direct cinema, you just stay there and record what is happening, this action that is happening in front of you. No take part on it, but record and then try to use this material as it is. I don't know if I explained myself.
Okay, that's a bit clear. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much for your seminar. But my question is this. most of us sitting down here are seriously interested in filmmaking and producing, to be specific. So that's what brought me to the distribution part that you talked about. In this distribution part, you didn't give us examples of maybe some film festivals we could submit our movies to, or some distribution channels that we can actually do one or two things. Because the truth of it is, after shooting those films, believe me, so many people sitting down here have some clips that they've shot, but the major problem is, where are you distributing it to? Where are you sending it to, so that you can be able to make back money? Not when you end up using some millions of naira or some thousands of naira to shoot, and at the end of it, the movie sticks in your drive and you can't send it anywhere to make back your money. Making back the money is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Was that a question or just a comment?
It's a question. Okay, let me paraphrase it. What I'm saying is, just as you've talked about distribution, can you give us some channels? Can you give us some distribution lines where, when we are done shooting, like if we follow the whole procedure you've shown us now, and we get to the distribution part, that is where we are always stuck as filmmakers in Nigeria. That has always been our problem as filmmakers in Nigeria. We follow these whole procedures, and when we'll get it right, we'll get stuck at the distribution part. So are there some distribution parts that you can share with us from where you are, of around the globe, that we can always distribute our films, and which ways are we going to do that, so we can be able to make back our money and shoot some other interesting documentaries? Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, well, for me, I am not part of the cinema industry, the industry of cinema. I came more from social and art background, and also I work with NGOs. So for me, the important thing is making visible the invisible things, not to get the money back. So the important thing is to look for those festivals in different platforms. As I mentioned, First Home, Film Freeway, Movie Beta, there are many. It depends of the country, it depends of the continent. And there you have many festivals, and you can share, which ones are, best festivals for your films. Sometimes in some festivals, if it is category A, B, C, D, your film is not going to have opportunity, because, when it's a festival level A, it's too high, and if you apply there, you are not going to have any opportunity. And also some festivals, they have fee. You have to pay to apply. So sometimes you lose more money if in the distribution than in other part of the project. Okay, so some festivals also, they have money prizes, awards, and sometimes you can have some money back from those prizes. But for me, it's more important to show the work, show the documentary, the film, than get the money back. But maybe my reality is different from the reality in Nigeria, or in your case. So it depends of what you are looking for, you choose.
Thank you. My name is
You're welcome.
My name is Tim Chang Miri. I'm a
Hi.
documentary filmmaker here. My question is in line with his, but I will not repeat it. We are here to connect and network, and I want to network with you in documentary filmmaking. So how do we do that?
Well, we can be in contact. You can explain me, I can explain you what kind of the projects you develop, what kind of projects I develop. Such a pity we didn't meet when I was there 1 month ago in Nigeria, but maybe I can have the opportunity to travel again and work again with someone there, or who knows. But first thing, we have to know what kind of work you develop, and you have to know what kind of work I develop, because maybe you don't have the opportunity to see my films. But ask Eva for my contact, Eva, and maybe we can, exchange some emails. Thank you.
Oh, I want to ask this simple question. How do I determine if the documentary I want to make is something that people or the society actually want to see?
If this theme interests you, probably there are many other people like you who are interested in those things. And also, you have to make sure that you make the final message attractive for audience. Sometimes when we start to see a film, we think the aspect or the theme that speaks about is not interesting, but the structure, the form it has, can keep our attention. So we have to try to bring that attention to our film in order to make audience feel empathy with the story we are telling. So I think that's the purpose, to make it attractive. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ayo.
Hi.
I appreciate what you did. It's very nice, but then theory is not enough. So my question is, do you take interns virtually perhaps, or are there platforms that take interns for aspiring documentary makers?
Platforms to inspire you with documentaries, you ask? No, I didn't understand the question.
Okay. I said, do you take interns? I mean student interns. Or are there other platforms that take student interns, perhaps virtually because of the proximity of the continent and nations?
I don't understand, Eva, the question.
La pregunta es si hay plataformas en las que haya prácticas, estudiantes en prácticas, en las que puedan o físicamente o virtualmente atender.
That's very difficult. For example, when I was there is a guy in Nigeria asking me about a course, filming course in Spain. The problem in Spain is English is not very popular. So most of the learning and teaching is not in English, it's in Spanish. For example, for me, I want to go on with my studies, and I want to attend to Cuba, San Antonio de Baños Cinema School, because it's very prestigious. It's very important all around the world. But again, the language can be a problem. So I cannot tell you platforms in English in order for you to go on or to study and improve your knowledge about cinema. Sorry.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, so, hi, my name is Israel.
Hi.
Yeah. So my question is like about film, like marketing film for global audiences, like making a Nigerian film for a global audience. Like since you said you specialize more in social media, like let's say YouTube, for example. If I was to make a short film series for say YouTube, like what advice would you give for making my content more appealing to global audiences? Like, should I add subtitles? Should we try to make our English more understandable for global audiences and all that kind of things? Like, what is your advice in general?
Okay. Eva, I think I need your help again.
Si la pregunta es, para tener un mayor alcance de audiencia, ¿qué recomendaciones le darías? Por ejemplo, él quiere presentarlas por YouTube, entonces para que tengan un mayor alcance de audiencia, ¿qué es lo que recomiendas? Sí, que estén subtitulados, que estén en un inglés más, o sea, que sea el más internacional, o qué consejos le darías para esto, para aumentar audiencia a través de los canales de YouTube o de redes sociales.
Okay, thank you, Eva. Gracias, Eva. I think you have to make an marketing study to see, Where is the opportunity for your films? This is something I don't control. Actually, I'm going to have next week a workshop. I'm having a workshop about marketing, how to make dossier and marketing for films. Because sometimes, and most of the times, I work with my passion, but sometimes it's not enough to make successful your film after. And it's very important to plan and have a marketing schedule for your film. That's the only thing I can share with you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. De nada. You're welcome.
Hello,
Hi, finally a woman.
my name is Wanle Koliwe. You said something that when someone is producing a documentary film, the person has to get the characters and get the best from them by listening, by explaining, by observing. But you also said something about reciprocal observation. I don't know how that is done. And could you please throw light on what you mean by reciprocal observation?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your question. When we are in a real situation and we are working not with actors and actresses, but with people who are the main characters of our film, and you are there trying to record their reality, they are observing you and you are observing them. And sometimes, you have to be very careful because you part of this. No, you are not the only one.
Perdona, Ichazo, se ha cortado. Tú los observas a ellos y ellos observan a ti.
Ajá.
Nos hemos perdido.
Ah, vale, okay. When you are changing the reality of the place, and because you are there, and normally you are not there. So because you are there, the people from the place you are recording are observing you also. And sometimes they can change their attitude or their behavior because you are there recording. So you have to have this in mind, your presence can alter, can change the reality. And at that time, you are observing them, but they are observing you. So this is a reciprocal observation, and have to make it carefully and respect. You respect them, then respect you. So this is very important. That's why I say sometimes when I travel and I want to record someone, I don't take my camera the first day. I spend time observing them, and I want them to observe me before I start recording. Because if you spend 3-4 days with them, you became part of this reality. So then when you are there with your camera recording, it's not so invasive. Okay, that's what I want to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
So I would actually like to know if there's any chance that you make money off documentaries, and if you don't, how do you get money to sponsor all that? Because I remember you talked about traveling, payment of other the technical team, like the sound engineers, the other people that are editing. So I would like to know how it is lucrative for you, because I think that's very important.
Yes, definitely it's very important to have the opportunity to do something, to have money, to do all those travels and to employ those professionals, profiles, obviously. Some of my films, I look for the budget applying to different grants. In the Basque Country, we have different cinema grants, and you apply. That's why you have to make a good dossier and the script and all the things. I don't like to do it, but I have to do it in order to, have the opportunity to have money from this grant. Some other projects, I works with NGOs, and they look for the money in order to develop the documentary. So basically, and sometimes I do films not for money. And I do films because I have the opportunity. I don't have to travel. Maybe it's in my own town. It's, with my friends. And I record them and I make films only for the pleasure of making films.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other question? So if there's no other questions, we'll just thank Ichazo very much for your presentation, for being with us today at Zuma.
Thank you.
I am sure we will find other opportunities to be here present in Zuma with all of you. For us, it's been a pleasure. We've been collaborating with Zuma in the past. And of course, having the opportunity to have you here was great. So thank you, Ichazo, very much for you being here, and thanks to all of you for attending this class.
Thank you.
So we'll wait for the next session.
Hello, my check. Hello, my check.
This one.
Hello, my check. Hello, my check.
This one is still connected here, which is not supposed to be.
And
like
it's
this.
broken.
Which one? This one. No, look at left and right. Look at this one is bad.
Hello, my check. 1, 2. My check. My check. 1, 2. My check. 1, 2. Hello, my check. Hello, my check. 1, 2. Hello, my check. 1, 2. Hello, my check. 1, 2. Hello, my check. 1, 2.
Hello? Hey, are we on? Okay, D. Brian, should we go? Okay. So, yes, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming. This particular program now is called Shaping the Future of Nigeria Film Audiovisual Archives. Some few years back, we started this journey to try and reclaim Nigeria's missing film materials. We began this journey in Lagos at the former building of the Nigerian Film Corporation, or the Colonial Film Unit in Lagos, when we discovered some hundreds of film cans in the building that are decaying and getting spoiled. So we said that, what are we going to do with these film cans and what are in them? And most of these films, no, not most, all of these films, they were, yeah, I hope I'm not talking to myself. because there's noise coming from the back. So we decided to check out what we have in these film cans, seeing that they are in 35 and 16 mm, and there was no equipment to view these materials, and some of the labels have disappeared. We began a process of trial and error. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yes, we began a process of trial and error, seeing that we were not there in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 70s when these films were shot. We wanted to know what were in these films. And of course, at that point in time, there was no equipment to view these materials. And to cut a long story short, in collaboration with my colleagues in Germany, we had to take some of these materials to Germany so we could view them. And this was how we began the process of what brought us here today. But just a brief introduction. From that period, 5 years ago or 6 years ago, when we discovered these film materials, we have got a scanner at the National Film Video and Audio Archives, Sound Archives in Jos. We have got a scanner that converts celluloid to digital. We have begun the process of trying to convert Nigeria's 16mm productions of the 60s and 70s. We have begun to make them digital so people could see them. But when you digitize these materials, what happens to them? We digitize them, and then we began the process of reactivating Nigeria's audiovisual archives so that people can come and see them. I'll give a practical example. Some few years back, B. Bandele wanted to shoot the film of the novel Chimamanda's Half of a Yellow Sun, and he wanted some archival footage. He had to go to the British Film Institute to buy this material, and he couldn't buy what he needed because they were too expensive. So I take it that most of us here today, we are filmmakers or film researchers. And the benefit of a film archive is not just that you have got rows and rows of film materials, you have also got the means of making this archive accessible for researchers, because it is incredible that some few years back, somebody did a celebration of Nigeria's film history and they mentioned 20 years of Nollywood. I'm not taking anything away from Nollywood, but Nigeria's cinema history goes way back beyond 1992. I don't blame anybody. You won't blame the scholars. You won't blame the filmmakers or researchers. You have to blame the situation in which people are not aware of history because they don't know that there exists a functioning audiovisual archive in Nigeria. So this actually is not just an academic session. It's not because we want to talk about what an archive is. We want to discuss exactly what is the benefit of a film archive, not just to researchers of film, but also to filmmakers. And since that time, in 2016, we have gone ahead to digitize a major film that was shot in 1976, Shehu Umar, that the UNESCO lists as a missing film. It was not missing, but you know what is not in the archive is missing. We have digitized that film, and we premiered that film in 2018 in Berlin at the Berlinale. Now we are in the process of also digitizing the film of Brendan Shehu, Kulba na Barona. We are in the process of doing this, so we are doing this also to make it possible that we want to reclaim our missing history. Because you see that since when some few years ago, when the Bring Back monuments and they started internationally, it has also gingered the idea that let us also bring back our image, our audiovisual images back to the country. And this is why we are here today. Since 2016, when we began this journey, we now have a master's program on film culture and archival studies. And these two guys by my left, the Jimpy and Mrs. Ayola, are beneficiaries of that program. Jovi is a lecturer at the National Film Institute that also supervises this program. And the question is that since you have a master study on film culture and archival studies, is what are these students going to study? Are they going to also study just film history from America, from Europe, or are they also going to study Nigerian film history? And why we are here today also is to share experiences with beneficiaries of the exchange program from Germany who have come back to Nigeria. And of course, we want to make this an interactive session, so question and answer, so we go back and forth, so people know where we are coming from. So not to talk too much, so this is just a brief staccato introduction because the program changed a little bit, so I'm going to probably hand over the mic to Jovi, and then Jovi, so from there we'll take back. So I am just anchoring, and Jovi is also a co-anchor, but these are the two presenters of this program. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Good afternoon. I would like to correct something he said in course of his talking to the program. I am not one of the supervising officials of the program. I only teach on the program. And you see, I think I should make us understand that the importance of archiving, audiovisual archiving, cannot be overemphasized. It is important to, in every aspect of our lives, because for planning in every aspect of human endeavor, you really have to know where you're coming from, know where you are at the moment, to be able to forge into the future by way of identifying the epochs of every period in our human development. And I think that's what they've successfully done, to the point now that what we do have, we're talking about audiovisual archiving. I think we've had that existing in every part of our lives. When you go back into our traditional existence, from the perspective of oral history and oral literature, what has just happened is, again, the signpost of modernization, which has brought about these methods or modes by which we're able to record our development, record our progress visually and orally. So I think at this point, we would like to call on our discussants, Mr. Jim P. E.T. and Mrs. Ayola, to kickstart the discourse.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? Are you in the house? Okay. This afternoon, we'll be talking briefly on shaping the future of Nigerians' audiovisual archives. And I want to believe that all of us know what archives is, or what archives are. We have master students in film culture and archival studies in the house. This may not be new to them, but for the majority that may not know what archive is, then what are archives? Archives are collections of documents, valuable documents, materials that are of importance to an individual, to a nation, to a country, to families. When when you gather such records and material and you are storing them, you are keeping them for safety, for future reference, then you have an archive. I want to believe that each and every one of us have photographs. You know, we are now on digital era. We have photographs that are printed in the 70s, in the 70s, that we are keeping at home. Some of us are trying to see how we can, make them to become digital so that they can last long. So if you have such documents with you, you have an archive. If you have films in your house, some of us have VHS, some of us have film on celluloid, but that is no longer the case. We have film now on our digital and smartphone. So those ones that we have in our house that we are still keeping in those old, obsolete formats, they are our archives. And you are always ensuring that nothing bad happens to them. In the next 1 or 2, 3, 10 years to come, you can have access to it. So that is an archive. And that is what Nigerian audiovisual archives are made up of, some of these important documents that are valuable to the nations. And then I have a small slide showing what a film vote looks like. I don't know how many of us that have seen celluloid film before. If you have not seen celluloid film before, this type of vote, the first one on the slide, is an example of how the British Film Archive vote looks like. And the other one, of course, if you have been to our National Film Video and Sound Archive in Jos, that is how our film vote looks like. And this environment is to ensure the safety. Celluloid can last as much as over 100 years if they have given the appropriate and conducive storage environment. And in the next 100 years, you can come to the archive and ask for film that is produced on celluloid, on the condition that the appropriate storage temperature, storage environment, appropriate handling is given to this film. You can access them anytime. So that is how a film vote look like. Then you cannot talk of an archive without talking about archivists. Because the archivist ensures they are saddled with the responsibility to take care of all these collections, all these documents, all these records, for so many reasons, which we will see when we look at the importance of archiving or importance of the archive. So, one of the importance of the archive is values to the nations, regions, organizations, communities, families, as I have said. Without knowing our past, I want to believe that there is no present and there won't be future. Even what we are doing today, by tomorrow it becomes our past. So the archive ensures that these informations that are valuable to the nations are kept for permanent posterity. Then archives also provide evidence of past activities, culture, identity. If you want to know about any culture, provided the information of that or about that particular culture is in the archive, you can know more about any culture at all. Archive provides such importance. Then preservation of our cultural heritage. The world is going digital. If we don't preserve this cultural heritage, our children to come may not know our basis, where we come from. So it is important that such cultural heritage is preserved. Then serve as reference materials for students. We've had students coming to the archives requesting for one material or the other to be able to do their project or for whatever reason. Some even come when they want to shoot. Maybe they need to shoot a film that will depict late 60s, and they needed materials that can show that era or that age. They come into the archive looking for such materials to enhance their production and to help in their research work. So it serves as a reference base for research. Then also protection of copyright. Most archives have acquisition policy to acquire these valuable materials. And when those materials are acquired, some could be given to you to keep. So it is the right of archives and archivists to protect the copyright. I remember somebody came and wanted, we have a script on some of these Ubat Ogunde's stage drama. And the person came all the way from Nasarawa State University, if I can recall very well. He needed a portion of that, one of their scripts that we have in the archive. And I told him, this document has a copyright. Get in touch with the Ogunde's family in Ibadan. If they give you the right, then we can release it to you. But unfortunately, the right was not given to him. So it is the archive that protects the rights of any works that is, that is being preserved in the archive. Then we talk of archival economy. Whether we like it or not, most archives are generating fund, are raising fund through the documents that are in their custodies. Have been privileged to visit the British Film Archive. In fact, from their entrance, you can't come in with even biro, because they believe that some people have camera on their biros. They don't want you to screenshot anything, because everything that you need or that you want must be paid for. Even entrance, I had to pay to be able to enter. So archive can serve as means of economy to the nation.
Thank you, Mr. Yola.
Take this one.
Okay, Jimpy, was it 2 or 3 years ago I met you in Berlin, right? Before the time of COVID. And the reason why you were in Berlin also was because of this archival program. And I think you were in Berlin for how many months? So 6 months. So yeah, I think also, so that archive is not just an abstract stuff, because I remember one time, where is Dr. Madweke? I remember sometime we were sitting in Lagos, and Rita Dominic came into the office in Lagos, and he said to me, "Do you know her?" I swear to you, I did not know it was Rita Dominic, so he wouldn't have been watching this. And then Madweke and I said, "Don't blame him. He works with archives. He's always looking at the past instead of at the future." So I think the idea of archive is one dusty room where some old men and women are busying themselves with recording, documenting things that have passed, instead of them to be looking at the present and be looking at the future. But you were in Frankfurt and in Berlin, I think, so maybe you can also share some practical experience of what it was like working with these materials in an environment different from Nigeria, where people think that maybe, what is an archive? Because I remember what Ola Balogun said to me in Lagos. He said to me that, "Young man, you are wasting your time." I'm not that young, but I'm not that old. I always say to people, I'm just 27 years. So yes, 27. so Ola Balogun, he said to me that all those materials in this archive should be destroyed. And that was a scandalous statement. He said that we should destroy all the material in the archive because they are colonial material. But you were in Germany and you saw another society, another film culture, working with archives. Maybe a little bit of the practical aspects of what it was like working with this material value in Germany.
Thank you very much, Mr. Didi. I remain Idi Mohammed Jimpi, a staff of Nigerian Film Corporation. Like he rightly said, I was in Berlin the year 2019. I was opportune to be in Arsenal Archive for training on preservation, digitization, scanning, and what have you. In fact, general archive operation. One we saw there was a little bit higher than what we have here in Nigeria. And like the topic says, shaping the Nigeria's audiovisual archive. For us to get there, a lot of things need to be put in place. Like we were discussing with one of our boss, he said history is started by oral before we now put it into written. You now have a story. So the oral, if it is not archived, where will you see it? The incident we have today in the country, the insecurity we have in the Northeast, the general banditry insecurity, if not documented, tomorrow our children will be telling them story and they will be thinking it's a mirage. But when we have all these things recorded and we put them in our archive, tomorrow we'll have evidence or witness to show to our children that this thing happened in Nigeria, but today is no more. So all these things is the importance of archiving for us to maintain history, for us to maintain stories or oral history. But before then, before I go further, like Mr. Didi have said, to discuss more on what I have learned or what I have seen in Berlin, I would like to shed more light on the little history of our audiovisual archive in Nigerian Film Corporation. To start with, the Nigerian Film, Video, and Sound Archive was established in 1992 by Nigerian Film Corporation in accordance with its Enabling Act of 1979. The 1972 Film Policy for Nigeria, in recognition of the importance of a national film archive, also states in Section 10, Section 9, that the state, that is federal government of Nigeria, shall establish a national film archive, which shall have the power to acquire a copy of any film, that is both cine, video, or tapes, produced in or about Nigeria, acquire from anywhere in the world such film, cine, video, or tapes as may be considered related to or in the interest of Nigeria. Make its holdings available to the public in accordance with archival practices for the purpose of production, education, and research, to make the motion picture heritage of Nigeria accessible to the present and future generation of Nigerians for research and studies. Now, the National Film Archive operational functions. The functions are not far different from what I have learned in Berlin, even though technology differs. What I have is preservation of archival materials in various formats for permanent posterity. Like my colleague have rightly said, celluloid or film in the archive are sensitive to environmental condition. These environmental conditions are temperature and relative humidity. You ought to keep your film under a temperature of at least 4 degrees centigrade. Anything above, the moisture will be higher, and that will cause, or that will affect the film. And anything below, it will over-dry the film, which it can easily cause scratch or damage. Now, for us, and another thing again on preservation is the archivists ought to maintain handling. Handling in this case, by projecting most of these films, which they have perforations, and the perforation can easily get damaged on the projector. By projecting also, the film may likely get attached to certain projector oil, which can easily cause problem on the emotion. Now, to avoid that, the archivists need to maintain good handling of this content. One of the main functions, again, is for us to maintain the integrity of the content. The integrity of the content in this case, if you observe very well, for some of us who are master's students in the National Film Institute that came to the archive for their internship, they saw what we were doing. In fact, for you to even handle the celluloid film, you need to wear a hand glove. You have to be very careful not to touch the emotion side, because touching the emotion side, we may likely put dates on the emotion. Now, by the time you take the film for scanning, the scanner or the person doing the scanning will not access the exact content, and you have destroyed history. So that is on the issue of preservation. Now, another function is acquisition. National Film Archive is supposed to acquire or purchase film, and then also donation. I remember when we were in the lab, there was a time somebody donated his celluloid film, but unfortunately, the image were all destroyed. So filmmakers can donate. We can acquire film through donation. We can also acquire film through collaboration. Mr. Didi have rightly mentioned that one of the films they want to digitize now is Kulbana Barana. And then for some of us that were not here before the production of Kulbana Barana, we acquired Kulbana Barana in Nigerian Film Corporation by a way of collaboration. Nigerian Film Corporation collaborate with Ebu Zaria, and that's how we got Kulbana Barana. So Film Archive can also acquire film through collaboration. Now, another thing is digitization, which maybe Mr. Didi wants me to touch. This is purely what we did in Berlin. Now, digitization, people feel is duplication or direct recording. But for some of us who are in the archive, digitization means migration. Migration from analog format to a digital file-based format. Now, how do you do that? Do you just take your film to the scanner and now ask the analyst or the operator to now scan your film? No. There are a lot of things that need to be done on your celluloid. Now, for a celluloid that has started deteriorating, you find out that there are a lot of biological agents that may come up due to acidic decomposition that may lead to what we call that may lead to what we call vinegar syndrome symptom, which has a pungent smell. So as an archivist, once you begin to feel that kind of smell, you know that your cellular film has started deteriorating. Now, what you do also again, you clean or you wash. There's a machine, but areas where you don't have the machine for cleaning, you do it manually. So you now clean, you inspect, you check perforations, damage, you repair. After the repair, you clean, your film is now ready for scanning. Now you take it for scanning. The reason for damage repair is in your scanning, the recorder records your content through perforations. And once the perforations are damaged, you cannot get the content. So the repair, the cleaning, and the inspection are the most important things that need to be done before you now finally scan and digitize. And then scanning is not also only the ultimate. People feel when you scan a film, you have digitized. No. There are other things you do. You know that when a film has deteriorated, it loses a color, it has a sound defect. So all these things, you need After scanning, you now take it to the editor. In the case of film that has scratches all over, the editor needs to eliminate all these things. And now color analyzer also has to now look at the colors. Were they the original colors when this film was produced? If no, then you make little adjustment. And finally, you now come up with a copy of digitized film. And now, finally, for us to shape in our archive, certain things need to be done. We need to move up with the technology. Technology has provided that today you can store your film in a cloud, you can store your film in LTOs to protect your digitized content. Mr. Didi is telling me that my time is over. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think it was 2 years ago in Frankfurt, the former director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, Dr. Hajin Osekwazi, asked me that after all these students who are studying film culture and archive in Nigeria, afterwards, what do they do with it? Or is it just, I did not set forth some 5 years ago to throw my life away by working with the academic talk. So, and I believe for the students who decided to study archiving as a master, the question is, after this, what do they do with it? Because is it just to acquire a certificate so you add one more stuff to yourself? It was a challenging question which Dr. Ekwazi asked. And that's Professor Ekwazi. Yes. So, and of course, at the time he asked this question, we were making an archival presentation concerning Nigeria at the university, Goethe University in Frankfurt. And I know this, what we have now is the second cohort, right? There is the first batch. Beyond going to Germany for some 6 months and you come back to Nigeria, these years of your life, what do you do with it? Because I think that it's a crucial question, because first of all is the fact that I think it was in 2018 or 2019 when I put forward as a personal experience film material, archival footage from Nigeria's film archive, and I used it. I didn't take a camera on location. I simply went to the Nigeria Film Archive and borrowed footages that belongs to the NFC. And I used these footages, I put them together, and I gave it a different interpretation, and I submitted it to the Berlin Film Festival, and it was accepted, and it was screened the same year. I think we screened Shehu Umar in Berlin. I think it was 2019. So as a filmmaker, not just as a film scholar, as a filmmaker also, you don't, why we have this film festival in Lagos, we started some years ago, Dikesia, Berlin, Lagos Archival Film Festival, is that to make films, you just don't need an actor. You just don't need a camera. You can go into the archive and take images somebody has already shot, which was what I did in 2019. I took images belonging to somebody else, of course, with proper copyright protocol. I took these images and put them together and gave them a different interpretation from what the other, because I took from this film, I took from this film, I took from this film, I put them together and I made my own film without paying an actor, without paying a cinematographer. I made a film. I mean, I'm used also, when I was a film student, I was used to taking a film crew and actors and cast to location. But 2 years ago, I made a film without paying any single person. That was also because I was dealing with the Nigerian Film Corporation. The material belongs to them. You can go to the BFI now, and the BFI will tell you, oh, you want 30 seconds of this project, you have got to pay us £1,000. Now you don't have £1,000. £1,000 is probably 2 actors' money. But the material you need actually belongs to you. It was taken from your country some years ago without proper consent, and now it belongs to the British government, and you want material that was taken from your country, and the BFI says to you, yeah, well, we will give it to you, we'll give you this material, but you have got to pay us, you have got to sell an ancestral land from your village, and when you sell an ancestral land to go and buy film, be prepared to run from the village, because the villagers are going to come and look for you and ask you what has happened to that land. Where do you get that money from? The working with the Nigerian archive also is that not just that it is an altruistic event, it's because it's a practical act of making it possible for filmmakers. I began actually by wanting to do it for myself, not for Nigeria. I wanted to make a film for myself, and I needed material for my film. In accessing this material, I simply tried to do it nationally, so that not just me, but other people can have access to this film. But now also, okay, you want to, and I'm aware that there are students from the Archival Master program here, and probably they'll be asking themselves, what am I going to do with this experience, this certificate after I finish? Which was a question, how I started, which was a question Professor Kwasi asked me. First of all, I think we should emphasize again that this archival program is the only one in Africa. There's no other country where you have it, and which is why we offer scholarship to students outside Nigeria who want to study archive. So for students within Nigeria, when you study it, what do you do with it? The idea of an archive as an old, dusty place which probably nobody visits is being shattered. So now, and I'm posing it this way because I'm having a conversation with Jovi to make it an interactive session. We also want to hear from the students who are studying this archival master in Nigeria and any interested member of the public. We want to have a conversation. Is that when I finish with this, what do I do with it? Of course, it means that you can go to the Ghana archive to help them to work. You can go to Cameroon. You can go to South Africa. This scanner that converts analog to digital exists in 3 countries in Africa. There's one in Cairo, and there's one in Sudan, and there's one in Nigeria. South Africa likes to think of themselves as not being in Africa, as being a different continent. They even answer a complete name, South Africa. Instead of giving themselves a name like every other country, they give themselves South Africa. So they like to think that they belong to a different continent, but there is a scanner in South Africa. So now we have 4 in Africa, and we have archives. And right now, the buzzword internationally concerning film is archives. So I think also this is a forum for us to air doubts, questions, confirmations from students who are studying this program, or from interested members of the audience who want to know that why are these guys just sitting here, these 3 guys and this lady, why are they sitting here talking to us about archive? What do I do with archive? So perhaps questions from the audience so we can make it interactive.
I think we're getting to the critical point of this discourse, because essentially we should be looking at the future of archiving in this country. There's no contention as to how important archiving is in national development and national planning. So we're in 2022. Where do we expect to be by the year 2030? I think that's the critical discourse that we should all, as people, as concerned citizens, begin to discuss, and as professionals within the archiving sector. Where do we propose to be in the next 10 years, in the next 5 years, short term, medium term, and long term? He's mentioned the fact that, yes, the program, we're in second set of the master's degree in archival studies, and definitely a lot has been revealed by way of the studies and the kind of exposure they've gotten, being that they have the benefit and privilege of being studying here and there. So they've seen 2 worlds, and they're able to make comparisons between the 2 worlds in terms of what exists here and what exists there when it comes to the practice of archiving. Now, where do we propose to be? Where do we want to be? And how do we get to that point that we wish to get to in order that we factor all of these into our national growth. So at this level, at this point, like he said, we'll try as best as possible to make it interactive. We do expect questions, suggestions, and challenges, and then let's be futuristic about all this. Yes, I can see a couple of hands up. Tim Chang.
Somebody says, yeah.
Thank you, sir. My name is Brian Lang. I'm an MA student with a film archival studies. I'm actually privileged to be here to hear and to learn more. My question goes to Madam Ajoke. You are actually within the archival structure. Please, if I come for the historical materials, as Didi has rightly said, is it possible that I can acquire some of these and then maybe probably restore them and then show them? I don't know what the organization is doing to make this history available to people, because Didi said these are documented issues that need to be, showcased out. And then I have an initiative, the Questbro Film Club. He said something. He said, what is the future for students learning, the process of archiving, restoration, and digitalizing all these things? Well, the idea of the film club is to serve a medium to, showcase some of these processed films. I don't know. Can we come together? Can we partner? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we discussed. We're discussing about film archiving, and also we're talking about the future of film archiving and what film archiving was for most of us here. And I'm sure that before we actually started this program of film archiving, some of us came into it at a very new stage, whereby what to do with films after films have been produced. Because from the statistics, it showed that more than 80% of films shot between 1900 to 1930 are all lost. And now for us, this is like a new avenue for us, to begin to restore films, assess these particular films, and also release these films to the general public. Going back to Brian's question, because one of the most important aspects of film archiving that we failed to understand is that after these films have been restored, the next part is for us to make these films accessible to the general public. Without that particular access, there is no film archiving. And also now, looking at the future of film archiving, for most of us now, film archiving has gone beyond the stages of putting films in cans and in containers now. Because most of these films are released in their digital formats on Netflix, on VOD, like that. The future of film archiving that we should be looking at now is how are we going to preserve these films that have been released on Netflix? How are we going to preserve these films that have been released on YouTube? Because these films today are not released through cinemas anymore. And also, can we see Netflix, can we see YouTube as an archive? These are questions that which we film archivists here need to ask ourselves. if we can actually answer these questions very well, I think we have a future for film archiving. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Having studied archiving, both home and abroad, I want to say that we still have a lot to go. You know, trying to compare where we are and where our compatriots in the Western world are today. The reason is for those who introduced film archiving to us, it is a deliberate and conscious act. I think we as a people are not deliberate enough, and this is not just in the area of film archiving, in the area of saving and the decision to preserve cultural heritage. We are not conscious enough, and what I would like to propose is to provoke a discourse if we can make film archiving like the sixth realm of production. Like we have the development stage, we have the pre-production, the production, post-production, exhibition, and distribution. Let it end back at archiving, right? A lot of people have decided to take upon themselves the job of archiving, but you see, just like my colleague rightly asked, do we start seeing online platforms, YouTube, Netflix as archival platforms? Of course, it is dangerous. Reason being that there are several crises going on in the world today, and these crises are in different forms. There are cyber crises, there are cyber wars. So people who want to target a nation's cultural heritage can go to the cloud and just a matter of releasing one virus, all these things are gone. And that is why it is a good thing that today we have trained professionals who are responsible for keeping these things. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt, create policies that will ensure that this film goes around and end up, or before it goes out, before it is released, it comes to the archive. And let's forget that the material, the containers that these films come in, not just the celluloid container, not just the CD rack, not just the DVD pack, VHS pack. Every container this film comes in, even in hard drives. In the near future, those containers themselves become archival materials. So it is better we receive them in a physical form, and then the professionals will decide in what form do we save them. Even if they are in digital form, let us have backup copies in hard copy that we can reference to. And the reason is also because the containers in which they come in are used to mark time. We can say, okay, from this time to this time was the era of celluloid, from this time to this time was the era of VHS, DVD, VCD, and all that. Thank you.
We take these first three questions, then you respond. So then we come to your question. We respond to these first three, right? So
I think we should consciously look at archiving as an aspect of our national life that we should develop. What America did, film history tells us about America sometime in the 30s and the 40s, is that it became a matter of national policy for the US government that if you made any film that captured some of the values of that American intangible experience, as we call it, the American dream, then certain percentage of your cost was written off for you. And that meant that you necessarily have to make it available for archiving. So it's a matter of national policy. And it doesn't matter whether it's Netflix or any release formats that we do currently have. But once it becomes a policy that every film, every work of art, history, even up to anthropology, painting, music, should be domiciled somewhere, like the National Film and Video Sound Archive, which is what it is, National Film and Video Sound Archive. So all of these necessarily and rightfully should be sent for preservation because it tells something about ourselves at different stages of our development. So Netflix, whatever, they don't operate in space. They operate within the policy environment and the national environment. So, and they should be they're subject to existing policies as to how you gather materials for your archives and how you preserve them, which becomes the concern of government. And I think too that it's a budgetary matter. It's a budgetary matter. I think the government has not sufficiently accorded that aspect of our life the importance it deserves by way of essentially budgeting for it to continuously grow, to expand in such a way that it's able to contain our development, because day in, day out, there are a lot of artworks that get lost, that people don't even know exist. So, but once it becomes a matter of national policy, you have a policy that definitely it's going to grow, even in a digital sense, that you'll be able to acquire the infrastructure that allows you to be able to save or keep, not just within the container space, but even the digital space. So I think Mrs. Ayola will now have to answer the...
To begin with the problems you raised, in 2019, in this same city, we gathered together, and I think it was Professor Ekwazi, Hygienist Ekwazi, who read the paper. We made a presentation there is an ongoing policy, government white paper, a policy on film archiving that stipulates that every film that is made in Nigeria at this point should be domiciled with the film archive. And also as part of the policy of the Nigerian Film Archive is the idea of acquiring, searching for these materials and bringing them together. So there is an ongoing government policy. It's not yet implemented, but it's ongoing. But we presented a call, a demand for that, for our paper. So we are still waiting for the government white paper. We are still waiting for it. So we presented it here in Abuja in 2019 concerning that. And also the question of Netflix and YouTube, all those stuff. I think also perhaps it's necessary to state that digitization is not a panacea to every problem of films. So as a matter of fact, digitization is actually the best carrier of film at the moment is still analog. So it is digitization that simply makes it accessible to people, because I don't know if there's still any cinema in Nigeria that projects analog. So, but analog is still the best carrier of film. So with digitization, every 5 years, the LTO tape where you store it, every 5 years you have to make changes. You have to go through the process. Just imagine it. You have to go through the process of copying, recopying everything you have in the archive. So I think that digital media has made it possible for materials to be accessed. It was 2 years ago when in Europe, when the EU wanted to pass a law restricting usage of material, and there was protests in the streets of Europe. They were not protesting against fuel price increase. They were not protesting against the high cost of bread. They were protesting against government impending restriction of use of material in social media, because there was a question young people were asking, who owns these images? Is it the filmmaker who have made it, or the audience who comes to watch it too? So they were challenging existing copyright practices. So you could show films on Netflix, you could show them on YouTube, but the danger with the digital era is that, I mean, I am an Igbo person, and in Igbo land, people have this idea of us that we are mostly traders. And the idea of an Igbo trader, when you go to the market and you buy your goods and you sell all of them, that is successful marketing. So Nollywood took it to the extreme that people took their master tape in Onitsha. They have produced this whole film and then they sold their master copy. As far as they are concerned, that was a successful production because they have sold everything. And then you want this material to archive. Where do you get them? There are filmmakers who don't have a master copy of what they produced from 1992. They don't have it again because they sold everything. For how much? For maybe 10,000 or 20,000. So because they don't understand that the whole world is moving away from content generation to copyright generation. Some 50 years ago, Hollywood began digitizing old films. And then there was a problem. The new filmmakers in America now said, what do you mean? Why do you want to digitize old films? Are you saying that new films are not good? Old films are better? You've made this film, let them go. Why do you want to digitize them? And that was how HBO, Warner Brothers, they are making money because they took back catalog and sold it to the television stations. And this was how they made money. The NTA cannot sell Cockerel down, they don't have it. It's just down this. The NTA cannot go and look for ripples behind the clouds. You cannot go and look for it and sell it over again. It's just this collaboration with the Nigerian Film Corporation that is digitizing this material. So the year before COVID, I wanted to screen in Lagos the film by, what's his name? It's called, it was a film by Ladi Ladebo, I think. So Ladi Ladebo died 1 year ago, but the film Countdown at Kusini is missing. Most filmmakers in Nigeria don't know where their films are. So I'm searching for Lapalogo's film, I'm searching for YouTube, they don't know where their films are. And then I saw Ladi Ladebo's Countdown at Kusini last year at the German Bundesarchive. But it was a German dub. There is no Nigerian, we don't yet know who has got an English version of that film somewhere in their cupboard in one part of the world. Ladi Ladebo certainly don't have it. But I saw it at the German archive, but it was a German dub. So now the problem was how to negotiate with the German guys who owns the right to the German dub to have this film because we have an archive now in Nigeria. So there is a problem, an ongoing problem. My colleagues in Cairo, what they are doing, following the Arab Spring, they created an archive of resistance in which they are documenting, they are collecting every single person who shot the protests in Cairo, in Tunisia, in Algeria. They are collecting all the materials. They are encouraging everybody to send us these clips so we can put them as an online archive. It's not the solution to all that, but it's a step forward. Now, I think that one of the things raised on the questions you are raising is that you could also, of course, the NFC is trying. You cannot overdo yourself. The NFC is trying, so I cannot go and place an additional burden on the shoulders of the NFC to try to go around to collect the people's cell phone images. But these are actually medium of today and tomorrow. People are no longer shooting celluloid. People are shooting movies on their phones. What happens to these images? Someday they will get lost. Someday you could put them on it. You could put these images on iCloud. They could crash. You could lose them. So we are still internationally, the whole world is still grappling with the process of trying to store film images. Then I think there was the question concerning how you access this material. Because I think, was it 2 years ago I sent this lady from London to you, the Nigerian girl who lives in London, Onyeka, who wanted to access the Nigerian archive. So I think, if you ask me, I think internationally the Nigerian Film Archive is really, right now, the easiest to use in the sense that the NFC is not yet charging anybody. I disagree with that policy. I think people should pay some money, not give it gratis, because you need money to maintain the archive. You can't depend on foreign funding forever. So I think it was like when the Nigerian government was giving money to filmmakers gratis. I said, no, it's wrong. You should give money to filmmakers and ask them to pay you back. And the way to pay you back is that you have got to take distribution right for Nigeria. That way you distribute this film and you get money and you can give it to new filmmakers. this idea of just throwing the archive open to anybody, I think also is dangerous. I don't work for the Nigerian government. I'm just an outsider. So as a matter of fact, I always joke with the Nigerian Film Corporation that I can say whatever I want because you cannot sack me. I don't work for you. So this policy, I think, should be, but the Nigerian archive is easy to access with just one main difficulty. It is not digitized yet fully. We have begun the process, but for you to make use of these images, you have got to convert them from analog to digital. There's a good news. There's a scanner at the archive, National Film Archive in Jos, so the only one in West Africa. So you could use this archive. So you could convert them. Mrs. Ayola has done training on it. Jimpy has done training. Esther Chukuma. So we have got, I mean, I'm not saying they are 100% perfect, but at the moment you have got the possibility of accessing the Nigerian Audiovisual Archive to a reasonable extent. And I qualify that reasonable extent. So I think I'm missing the second question. So was it you who asked it? So, but maybe if Mrs. Ayola remembers, she could answer that question. So.
Sorry, before Ms. Ayola answered the other person's question, still on Presido, he rightly said that we should retain the masters after digitization. And it's for you to note that normally copies of cellular film do come to the archive in 3 elements. We have the mute, the positive, and the master negative. So whichever one you lay hands on, you digitize. And then digitization is a kind of backup to what we have on ground. There's no sense, after you digitize, you now discard the original content. It's the main function of the archive.
To answer Brian's question, he was asking if there could be collaboration, if he can come to the archive to access some of our materials for his film club. As you have heard from Didi Chika, he has been accessing some of our material, which he is saying now that although he has not been paying, maybe we'll start charging him. But what I want to say, the work of archive, everything about archive has to do with policy. Advocating for policy is very important. You can't talk about acquisition without talking about policy. You can't talk of online and on-site access to the materials in the archive without talking about policy. You can't talk of digitization without talking about policy. You can't talk of staff safety without talking about policy. So the whole work of the archive as a whole, everything still boils down on politics, policy. So if you come, presently we don't have a policy that we are using, but we have operational guidelines that when you come, we look at it. If it is not somebody's work, in order not to, to step on the copyright issue, we tell you to contact the owner of the work. If it is the Nigerian government work, by the act that established archive, we'll be able to give you a portion, not everything as a whole, maybe a portion of what you need, which we have been doing. So I don't think you have any issue collaborating with us, but I bet you when the policy comes, it will attract some charges.
There are other questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm honored to meet you finally, Mr. Didi Chika. Please correct me at any point I'm talking if I'm wrong. This master's program started from one person, two, and then now it's a collaborative effort of countries. So if this master's program and the push for the film archive started from one person, and now a whole lot of people are hearing it. Which means the master's students can take it louder. My advocacy or push is that the master's students, both the first stream and the second stream, form a body. And I think we can collaborate or anchor or help that this body becomes a solid voice that can push in or support the policy that Mommy is talking about here. But before I continue, sorry sir, you said something and I need clarification and source about, you quoted some 1972 Act, I think the NFC, and you mentioned specifically on film policy. And I think it has a network, a connection with what we are doing. Can we leverage on that? Or maybe you shed more light on that particular law, I don't know. Maybe we'll get the source. If it's online, we can just check it up, talk about it now, and see if it's something that can be amended, if it is something that we can start working on. Because I believe Nollywood now is a lot porous, a lot of all-comers affairs, because there are people who are not professionals and are doing so many things that are giving it a bad name. The film archive might be a baby, something that is not porous at the moment, something that we can control, something that can have a policy or a guide that can take it to a level that we want. For example, Thomas Edison, a guy who I respect very, very well and has helped to shape the Hollywood that we know of now because of certain moves that led to policies, that led to systems, that led to industry. So we should not come in as individuals making films or making archival films, found footage films on YouTube or on the social media alone, but work towards a policy that can make this an industry, that can make this an employer of labor, that can shape our Nollywood. Because I believe that this archiving sector can shape the Nollywood that is now porous and giving us a bad name in some ways. So please, I will need clarification on that act so that we can forge ahead.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I'm Sandy. Good afternoon. My name is Barnabas. Okay. My name is Barnabas. My question is directed at Mrs. Yola. Are there any conditions for accepting archiving materials? Because you said something that a student came into your office requesting for a certain material, and since it was a personal material deposited under your care, so somehow the person refused to release those materials. Are there any conditions? If I have a material I want to deposit with you. And then the second one is not a question per se, because most of the things we kept talking here, for me, this is a very powerful session, which I would have preferred that we have the policymakers here too, so that they can hear what we're saying, except if after this session, there will be a platform or rather a means of conveying the same information to them. That would be good. And I support Tim Chan that after this class or after this program, the master's student can also push it forward, which I also believe that will be another avenue in which the policymaker will get to know about it. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Patience. It's just a quick one. For me, there is no much difference between a native doctor and a medical doctor. But with wisdom, you know that the difference is clear. So I want to be more clarified on the issue of archival materials. What is that one or two things that qualifies a material to become an archive material, authentic archive material? When you were talking, you said something about old pictures and old films and all that. Does it mean that a material has to stay for a very long time before it becomes an archive material? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, let me start with part. If you remember, I said that what we are doing now, you can see cameraman here and there. If they bring it to the archive today, after this session, it becomes an archival material. It does not necessarily have to be an old material. You understand? And for the other person that was talking about, I forgot that guy in your class. Hello? Yes, please, can you remind me what you said? Okay, you were saying something about commission. That if you bring your things to the archive, commission, okay. You know, when you bring your material to the archive is to ensure the safety of that material. We are doing all within our capacity and ability to ensure that nothing happens. I think you should pay us for doing that. Then if somebody now need that work, and then because there is a copyright protection on it, and we send that person to you as the owner of the work can now tell the person, for you to access this footage, maybe how many footage, 1 feet or whatever, pay me so amount of money, which based on policy that will be agreed when you are bringing your document, we have a share of that money. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I will give it to you just now. I will give, because what you just said, I think it was it 2 years ago, Eddie Obama was sick, and he needed money for, I should just say Nigerian filmmaker was sick, so he needed money for treatment. Then I volunteered to help him archive his work. But then there was an outrageous sum, 50 million naira, so I took it to Frankfurt. I said, this filmmaker wants 50 million naira for his film, and the professors laughed at me. Where do you want us to get 50 million naira from? The archive also does something good for you in the sense that they keep your material. And of course, it depends on your agreement you have with the archive, but don't forget, they are preserving your material. When Abiola funded BC Daughter of the River, the film did not make money. So Abiola said to Jabadu and the rest, he said, well, this material you have given me, does it eat amala? They said no. Does it eat ewedu? He said no. He said, I will take it and put it under my bed now, so it will just be there. It's not going to cost me anything. But in the process, the film got destroyed. But you have an archive that is properly climatic and just, and you can put your works there. I'm not saying you should just dash your work to the Nigerian government, because it's an issue of trust. So you are going to say, if I give you this stuff, are you going to keep it for me? But it is safer in an archive that is under climatic condition. It is safer than putting it in your cupboard, because celluloid is not digital. Celluloid needs to be kept in certain conducive environment. And this is what happened to Olabalogo's films. Olabalogo took his films and put it in a fridge in his house. And then in the night, his house caught fire. While you are trying to run, you are trying to save yourself. You are not thinking of how to go and open freezer and be carrying celluloid cans. And that was how most of Olabalogo's film got lost. The good thing was that some of the film was with his partner, who was a French lady, who kept some of his works. And that was how you had a retrospective of Olabalogo's films in Germany, not in Nigeria. The last time we did the retrospective of Olabalogo's film was because I decided to show it in 2016 in Lagos. So like Ms. Ayola said, that the archive actually does some service for you. It keeps your film. But it also generates money for you in the sense that if a university wants to have a retrospective about your works or they want to see it, the archive charges them and gives you the money, but of course takes a certain percentage for keeping it for it because they need a percentage in Nigeria, especially to buy fuel to run the generator to keep the AC of the archive running. So.
Yeah. You make mention of policy. The policy I've set here has limitation. It's policy as regard establishment of the archive. It is a good news for you to hear that we were in the same program like this in Lagos 2019. Some of the major stakeholders and the Nigerian Film Corporation are putting head together to have a very complete policy that will guide the operational workings of the archive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Solomon. I'm a student of Film Culture and Archival Studies from the University of Jos / National Film Institute. My question, sorry, my question is directed to you. It's okay. I would like to know how long does it take to digitize a celluloid film? Is it something that takes months or just weeks? How long does it take before I go ahead with the next question?
Well, digitization is very expensive, but because we are not paying for it, we have the machine. We don't just go into the vault and pick any film to digitize. First, we sit down and draw what we call digitization flow. And the first thing and very important is to look at what is happening to this film, the content. You look at the film that is already deteriorating, highly degrading, that you know that if nothing is done quickly, you will lose the content. So that will be your first target out of thousands of films that are in the vault. And then, of course, it depends on how bad the film is affected. Because if it is a film that has seriously degenerated, you need to hydrate, for example, a film that has the water. If film is a very flexible film strips. If it has seriously dehydrated, you need to, in fact, if we have a desiccant, you have to hydrate it, and that will take like 4 months. Then when you are through with that, you now take the film for washing, because during the process of that deterioration, a lot of things must have happened, biological factors. You can talk of damage to the color, the emotion, and maybe probably to if it is a film that has been used before for in the cinema, you are sure that the perforation one way or the other will be affected, because the scanner will not capture a film that has perforation. Any frame and sound that is at that portion will not be captured by the scanner. That is why the archivist ensures that you do thorough inspection of that film to be sure that it can go into the scanner. Why you need to do that is that the scanner works by the information given to him. If you don't have the information about the film, what are you going to tell the scanner to do? Then, when you have that information during that inspection, if it's film that has lost its flexibility, you can't tell the scanner, can you scan this film with tension 2.0? The scanner will cause more damage to the film. That is why inspection is very important. But if every other thing is okay, and you take the film, I tell you, a 10 minutes celluloid film reel, it won't take the scanner 5 minutes to scan it.
Awesome. All right, that brings me to my second question.
Sorry, for your second question, to give you an idea, Martin Scorsese, some years ago, created the World Cinema Foundation. He digitizes film. He has digitized this, for instance, African film, Tuki Buki, that was lost. So then, some years back, some 2 years ago, when I said we, I mean also our German collaborators, we approached Scorsese's World Cinema Foundation, and then he said, oh, it's going to cost you $250,000. And then he said, but how much do you guys use in digitizing film? And Arsenal digitizes film for 25,000 euros, whereas Martin Scorsese's foundation uses 250, but that is Scorsese, $250,000. So it's a difficult process. How we digitized Shehu Umar was because the Berlinale, the Berlin Film Festival and the German Foreign Office gave 25,000 euros. Then we had to take, like she was explaining, you have to make the sound. In the only place, the really perfect place you make sound for film is in Bologna. There is actually a lady who knows how to do it very well. So then we made the image of Shehu Umar at Ari. You know the Ari, the guys who make camera, we made it at Ari, Berlin, and Ari Munich. They do images. Then we took the sound to a different country, to Bologna in Italy. So that was how we made it. So she has explained it well for you that it depends on the level of destruction or perfection of the film. So I just wanted to give you an idea of how much it costs to do a film internationally. But so you understand that because we have a scanner now in Nigeria, you could go to Cairo, like we did 2 years ago. You could go to Cairo and also bring expertise. And you could go to Germany. We brought expertise from Germany 2 years ago. Look, why do you want us to come to Germany to make these films? Just come to Nigeria. We have got a scanner. Come and do it here. So this is actually the importance, how important. I think there's not too much publicity given to it already that there is a scanner in Nigeria. If you think that we are not competent enough to do it, and if we think we are not competent enough to do it, we bring in expertise to Nigeria who uses this scanner in Jos to convert this film to digital. If it's too much, we go to Bologna.
Again, you don't just go to the vault or take a film that you just go and scan. You now look at the string attached. What is the string attached? Is it going to bring money? You understand? Is it going to earn international award? You don't just go into the vault and take a film and you say you scan. You have to draw your priority list. You understand? And then look at the string attached.
Now, this is the most important aspect of the question, actually. For me, I understand that we have a lot of films in our vault in Jos, right? And I was looking at this situation in Nigeria today, always cases of fire outbreaks, and this is the only vault we have. And I will agree with Mr. Didi Chika when he talks about digitizing it is not actually the end, because having it in that celluloid form is actually the best format. It could stay for hundreds of years and nothing is going to happen to it. Now, I was thinking, if we could digitize these films and create a vault, a digital vault, and then maybe password it in such a way that if anybody wants to access it, instead of start going through the process now of trying to digitize it, it's already there. We have one of the courses we took, which is found footage, an archive by Igor Karim, and theories and practice, yes. So he gave us an assignment to make 2-minute short films, but he gave us a link to a vault of how we can find some of these footages, So it was easier for us to go there, scan, and create a story out of these found footages, So I was thinking, if the National Film and Video Sound Archive can have similar vault, a digital vault, it makes it easier. When someone comes, rather start the process of going to start searching, scanning, restoration, digitizing, is already there. You only charge the person. That's another way of generating income. So that's another angle to it that I'm looking at. Thank you.
Well, what you said is not out of place, but we have storage issues because the Kuba Banada is talking about was actually scanned here before it was taken to Germany. And you discover that to just scan a single element, that is just the positive print, because when you want to look at scanning holistically, you have to look at the different elements of that film. Because if you just concentrate only on the print, you'll be discovered that maybe through projection or whatever, or handling, there are missing frames. So you need to go back to the master copy. So when you are looking at a single film, and that single film is having a lot of elements, you know, that you need to consider for your digitization or for your scanning, you will discover that at the end of the scanning process, you generate a lot of files. So how do you solve? If just a cool babana real 1 to 6 is giving like 500 gig files, you know, with time, if you don't have where to store it, because as archivists, you are supposed to store the original scan copies, so that the ones that is copied to be color graded or for the sound to be edited or whatever, anything can happen in the process. They come back to the archive to pick the scan copy. So that original scan copy must be preserved, must be kept in a good storage facility. And those facility is part of our challenge in the archive.
To give you an example, when we wanted to digitize Shehu Umar, I mean, what we found in Lagos, they were not that very much good. Then we went to the archive in Jos and we saw materials in relatively good condition. But then the challenge was, I mean, I am not a pure archivist. A pure archivist, we want to restore a film to the original, how the filmmaker made it. So the challenge was, how do we maintain the proper color correction of that film as it was shot in '76 by the filmmaker himself? Because there was no existing material at that moment in our hand. Then we were lucky. We saw a 16 mm Positivo print that gave us an idea of what the color looked like in 1976. So I think, like she has said over and over, it's not just a process of putting that 16 or 35 on that machine and just convert it to digital. You also have to, because every archivist tells you that you have to maintain fidelity to what the filmmaker had in mind, how he saw the color of his film when he first made that film. So it's, I mean, I would actually like, I was saying to the Nigerian Film Corporation when we started this journey that I don't want you to pay me for these services I have rendered to you, not because I'm a rich person. If the Nigerian Film Corporation comes now and decided to want to pay me, I will accept the money now. So, but I made a simple request that I want to see every single thing you have in your archive, because I am a filmmaker. I just made a very simple, difficult request. Give me the right of first refusal to see what you have in the archive. I want to see every single thing they have in that archive. But it's a gigantic, big request. Imagine the process. Imagine what you have in that archive. It's up to 10,000, between 10 to 20,000, 20,000 cards. How do you begin this process of cleaning them, arranging them, and cataloging, documenting them, so you know exactly what you are looking for? So I asked for a very big request. So I think because I'm doing a documentary on the forgotten history of Nigeria's pre-Nollywood cinema. So, but it's not just something, I mean, I would like it. I don't want them to put this scanner in an office and lock it. 5 years from now, I will come to the scanner I helped look for. I will come to say, look, I want to scan something. And then they will say to me, oh, we don't know who has the key. It has happened before. So then the office will be locked, then the scanner will get spoiled. Yes, question. Who goes first? So?
Good afternoon.
Okay, yeah.
My name is Jai Kim. I'm responding to Mr. Chika on the question you asked. After the master's program in film culture and archiving, what next? Based on my own bias, Africans, as we are culturally embedded. But it seems like we've adopted the Western culture more than ours. So I feel individually, we should all go back, make films about our culture, and try to preserve them and archive them for our future generation, because our culture is fast dying. Thank you.
Who wants to? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, on my feet again. I think this
guy here, he raised a very important issue, which I think we need to really discuss this. Because at this stage, we're discussing about digital film archiving. One of the most important things I think we need to put in consideration is the issue of space. Because without space, there is no film archiving. Because if you archive these particular films, where are you going to store them? And for most of us in this particular course, I'm sure that most of us have not even experienced film in its raw form or what film is. So for me, I'm soliciting that as this course is going on, some of these courses about how to clean a film, how to handle a film should actually be included in the curriculum. Because most people don't know about these things. Even doing the internship is not enough. Because some people are not even doing the internship with their film archive. So most of them are talking out of abstract from what we just hear in class, like, okay, this is what a film looks like, but they don't even really know what is a film. In what proper conditions are these films stored? For some of us, we had the privilege to see, okay, for nitrate film, you saw it in this particular condition. For acetate, you saw it in this particular condition. For some people now, when they see these two particular films, they can't even differentiate which one is which and under what conditions are these films stored, which is a very important issue which we need to actually tackle. Because film archiving now is something that is very, very important. Imagine in the whole of Nigeria, we just have few people who are practicing film archiving and they don't even know how to archive these particular materials from the start. It's a very, very important issue. And going back to the issue of digitization, how do we get space? Because we can't keep on talking about we want to digitize, and we don't have space. Please, what is the way forward towards this particular thing? Thank you.
All right. I just want to, in a way, bring to our attention, even as we are having this discourse on film archiving, and it's already looking like we are limiting ourselves to film as motion picture and then as the container as well. There's also an aspect where we are seriously lacking behind, which is in the area of film equipment archiving. Film equipment archiving. Now, we saw the film equipment archive in England, and it was really impressive. Some of the film equipment we saw in book, we were able to lay our hands on them, and we appreciated, it made us appreciate the journey thus far. We saw all the ARRI camera series from the beginning till date, and you see, as much as we are talking about policy here, policy there, even in NFC, in NFI, we have damaged equipment lying around. Equipment that this generation were not privileged to witness, to see, or even use. We could collect them and create a mini museum and archive this equipment. Another area where we have a challenge is in the area of training of maintenance technicians. A lot of decoders, the cellular decoder, we have one at NFC, it is spoiled. It's just a matter of servicing. But where are the technicians? Because generations have come, generations have gone. Along the line, we've lost those who have knowledge of maintaining this thing. Even this same digitizing machine, in the near future, we'll run out of people who can maintain this. So it's supposed to be a deliberate and cautious effort to train people in handling and maintenance of this equipment. We traveled and we saw equipment we thought are dead equipment here, still active, and we're just shouting. They said, no, it's a matter of maintenance. And over there, they still lack maintenance. They have to call people back from retirement. That means when our own state comes, it's going to be worse. So I think we need to deliberately look into that. And finally, even as we are waiting for the policies to encourage film archiving, to go through all the process and everything, can we take this gospel of film archiving a little bit further by having town hall meetings with all stakeholders in the film production unit in Nigeria? Let's meet with the Directors Guild. Let's meet with the Producers Guild. Let's meet with the marketers. Let's meet with the filmmakers from the grassroots to the top. Let's meet with the screening platforms. Let's preach this gospel and get them involved. It's for their benefit. At the end of the day, the NFC does not benefit anything. They pay to keep the archive alive. They pay for light, they pay for power, now they are lacking space. So it is for the benefit of the practitioners. So let's see how we can expand the scope of our discussion beyond here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to two very important issues that you threw up. One to do with the curriculum, two to do with film equipment archiving. I do recall that several years back, the corporation was to embark on such a journey to ensure that they got all the equipment that we have at the corporation assembled in a place like a museum, create a museum for them. And somehow, I don't know, I still think they're still thinking about it. I don't know how far it has gone. Because we expected that, as we mentioned this, you wouldn't have had to mention it at all if it will have come on stream, where you see all those old Reflex, you see those cutters, you see the editing table, those, all the stuff with sprockets and all that, you cut from frame to frame and all that, and you join. Yes, I think it's still something they're thinking about. On the second one, to do with curriculum, I'm aware that, note that this is a program that is new, and like has been said severally, does not exist anywhere else in Africa. So it's like the two streams are like some kind of guinea pigs. And you know, guinea pigs can go away with blue mother and enjoy everything. And that's why you are having a lot of fun on the program. We know there are some gaps within the curriculum. And I know they're working on that because certain observations have been made, certain suggestions have been thrown up to incorporate and all other aspects of digitization and archiving beyond just focusing on history and all such things, Hollywood and all that. But it's important that you know all that to be able to assess and appraise and determine what kind of films qualify to be an archival material. I think there was an exam question sometime. So it's important. They are looking at it. But note, the lifespan of a curriculum in Nigeria is for about 4 years. Once it has been accredited, taken that 4 years for the program to be revised, the curriculum to be revised, and then approved to run for the next 4 years. So I think the handlers of the program are watching the progress being made from the interpretation of the curriculum itself. I think that answers that question about curriculum.
Bishop, before now, Archive used to have a museum, which I know students used to come around to see. That was where I saw for the first time a projector that is powered by coal. And we used to have them in the archive. But during the movement to the permanent site, some of these films, some of these old equipment, they are still with us. It's just because we don't have space, just like we have in the old archive, to display them for, for museum. And when you talk about the acquisition of all this equipment, it's very, very important. You can imagine, in fact, I had to donate my VHS player, because when I came into the archive and I saw a lot of VHS, tapes, I wonder how we can access it, since we don't have anyone in the archive. So I want to use this platform to solicit and to encourage. You have better cam player in your house, you are not making use of it, please bring it to the archive. We have a lot of films. In fact, some of our tapes just came from Germany. They had to digitize them because they are of national importance, and we don't have what to play them. So if you have any of this equipment lying fallow in your house, please bring it to the archive. We will appreciate it. Donation, please.
Okay.
I think if we wait for donations, we might wait forever in Nigeria. But because most of them might be in very terrible shape by now, reasons being that we have this trendy culture in Nigeria. Everybody wants what is happening. A lot of people no longer know where their MP3 players are. even the VCD in my house, I can't remember the last time. Meanwhile, we were shouting, no, I want Blu-ray. After buying the Blu-ray, we no longer know where the remote is. I want to suggest, if you go abroad, if you go to Europe, if I don't know of anywhere, I still know of Germany, they still have better cam tapes, decoders. They still have VHS decoders. They still have the converters in their cartons. So it's something we just need to understand that this is important. As much as we know that drilling oil in Nigeria is important, and we can shut down every aspect of the economy and concentrate on that, let's just take this as a matter of national emergency and channel every energy, every discussion towards actualizing it. Make commitment. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Thank you very much for that discussion. Part of my questions I wanted to ask, he has said something. I want to talk about equipment and about the audiovisual film museum. In 2006, the National Film Video and Sound Archive just established a film museum where we store some of those old equipment like Niagara, posters, so many things, equipment used for animation and so many of them. But it was during the movement that they were packed somewhere. But my question is, are there plans to bring them back to life? That's number one. And number two, we know that the best practices in archiving all over the world is to get as many of these old equipment as possible. Because even for you to digitize any film, you have to first of all view the film, read the film. What happens, we have so many videos, we have so many better cam. What happens, is the archive making moves to buy some of this old technology so that they have it in the archive? So that when it comes to the time of digitizing the videos, at least one will be able to read the films before digitization. Are there plans to buy old equipment or to borrow or to get from anywhere? Apart from the bringing back the film museum to life. That film museum has gone to festivals, people have come to watch it. So that's my question. Are there plans? Thank you.
Let me respond. Hello. Thank you very much. One time, HOD to the film archive. Plans are on the way. You know, all these things we're talking, that is the need for this topic we are discussing today, shaping the audiovisual archive in Nigeria. Now, all these things we've been saying is dependent on funds. You were the head of the archive before. If funds are made available, all these things will be put on ground. But plans are on the way to revive the film museum, not even film museum alone. I was in Berlin. Arsenal Archive has a film library. So the archive will also move to have a film library in the near future. But like I said, it's dependent on fund. Thank you very much.
The thing too, actually, is that 4 years ago in Berlin, I decided to also study film projection. At some point, I asked myself, but why am I doing this? Why do I leave my house and I jump into this cold water to go and study how to project film? What would I want to do with it in Nigeria? Who is projecting film analog in Nigeria? Why do I want this knowledge? Well, I did it then. Somehow I forgot how to project film, so I forgot how to do it. But I went to learn it at the Arsenal Cinema in Potsdamer Platz. I went to learn it, but I forgot it because I think that at the back of my mind, I was asking myself, why was I doing this? What do I want to do? If I come to Nigeria, this silver bed is the Galleria. They're going to project movie on analog. So, but I was also studying it with some other European lady who wanted to study how to project film. I found it interesting, but I said that But this is very simple. But for me, it was difficult because it was not my work. So I think that it's division of labor. Somebody does this, so, and then I use another person does something. As I am also really mostly interested in film archiving to talk about it, because it was also 4 years ago that Ari in Berlin decided to come and take their equipment and sell them away as a national auction in Berlin. So people came to buy it. There are film archivists that don't even have this table, this viewing. They don't have a winding table because nobody's manufacturing them anymore. So for you to get them, you have to look for somebody who have got some of these old. In Lagos, for instance, there is still that whole old. Most of the old equipment, duplicating machine, all those stuff, they still exist in that building in Lagos. It is strange because even though the key was locked, you look at this equipment, you knew that it did not pass through any door. It was kept there, and then the building was built around them because they are so big enough, they cannot pass through that door. So it means that it was built, the building was constructed because of the equipment, but they are still there in Lagos, as if a rapture happened and took the people who were working there and took them away, and then their whole equipment was it's still the same way they left it. It's still there in Lagos. So I think that, of course, the film museum, it's a workable idea. People can come and see what it used to be, like. So the problem is that sometimes I think I tend to talk too much. So I think we have overshot our time. I think we have overshot our time. So he's going to announce there's going to be a 1 hour break. Then we come back for the next session. But we want to close by showing just a 3-minute film, But after this 3-minute film or 2 minutes, we have a break and we come back in 1 hour's time to this place. And hopefully you are going to have somebody who don't talk too much. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying with us.
Hello. Sorry, as a follow-up to the announcement, there's going to be no break. The 3 minutes short film you are going to watch, then thereafter a poet is coming up to spice of the day. Then thereafter the resource person handling the drone cinematography is going to come up stage because we need to get to Silver Cinema by 5 for film screening. So if we take much of the time here, the cinema time will be running from 5 to 7. So we need to finish today's session here in good time to enable us go to Silver Cinema. Is that okay? Okay, please, the 3 minutes short film, please. Okay, the short film is okay, it's over. I believe you enjoyed it. Okay, at this hour, please, I would like to invite Mr. Shogoben, who is going to take the next segment of the workshop. Please pay attention because he's an expert in drone cinematography. Please, for the next 2 hours, he's going to be on board. Then thereafter, we move to the silver cinema. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Shogoben Kumoyi. I specialize in documentary film production, and I do a lot of training. But before I go forward, let me use this opportunity to appreciate the people that invited me for this, the organizer of this event. I'm not taking it for granted. Thank you. Okay, so I have a slide. Slide, please. Okay. This is my slide. Okay, I've been following Zuma Festival for the past 3 years, I think. I think 3 years ago I applied to do some things for the event. Well, unfortunately, we couldn't agree to do something. But I've been following for the past 3 years, and trust me, every year I think we are getting better. 3 years ago that I came, I was actually at the silver bed, if I still remember, to follow up on some of the program and the activities. I knew what went wrong and what was done then. Last year I followed up. Was it last year or 2 years? COVID did not allow last year. And I think we're getting better every year, even though I believe we can do much more better. But can we celebrate the organizer of this event, please? Please, let's clap for them. It's not actually easy. They can decide not to do this, but they are doing this, and I'm sure with time, we are going to get to that level like CAPSAT. Okay, talking of CAPSAT, in relation with this topic I'm being given, CAPSAT is actually an event like this, happen in Dubai every year. It's the filmmakers, media gurus all over the world comes together every year in Dubai. It's called CAPSAT, and they come with different knowledge. Just think of any media guru you can think of. You will see them there every year. I think this year one will be May. I think this month, 20-something this month. And last year, no, 2 years ago, COVID did not allow last year. 2 years ago, I was there, and I went to the exhibition stand of drone, and I saw a lot of drones, something you can call a machine. And the shocking thing to me there was most of those drones I saw there at Dubai, at that particular exhibition, none of them made it to internet. None of them was made from America or this European country that everybody thinks they are the only one that made most of these gadgets. Most of the one I saw was made from the China tigers, the Chinese country, the Asian countries. And the reason why I'm saying this is, along the line, I'm going to show us some of the popular used drone, but I want you to program your mind to, when it comes to filmmaking, majority of the people think is, don't let me say think is, I think it's Hollywood. Majority of the people pay attention on Hollywood, US, New York. That is where the attention is. So most of the gadgets they are pushing out to us, most of them are made from those areas. You will hardly see the ones that are made from those Asian countries, and trust me, you don't want to go there. If you find your way to China or any of these countries, you will feel like selling everything you have to just buy some of this, and they are not expensive. Some of these gadgets, you will see them there, but most of them didn't make it to the internet, and they are amazing equipment. And that's the reason why when you watch Chinese movies, you will see how did they achieve most of those things they're achieving. Those guys are something else. They might not have a solid content like the Hollywood, but trust me, the equipment are there. So I said all that to say this. I'll be showing you some drone that are used across the world. Just program your mind that it is the Hollywood kind. It's not like you should program your mind that that is the only drone or those are the only ones that are available around the world. You can see that in your, like I always tell people around me when I'm opportune to, that filmmaking is all about creativity. I mustn't have a drone before I should be able to achieve a drone shot. I've worked with some filmmakers before that they don't have this equipment though. They don't have these heavy gadgets, but they achieve the same things those equipment achieved. Some of them even construct their own equipment in order to be able to achieve it. And that is the reason why we call it creative industry. It's a creative industry. If you're a filmmaker here and you're thinking, the reason why I've not been able to do that my skit, or I've not been able to execute that my project is because I've not bought my camera, or I've not bought that my drone, or I've not bought that my tripod, then maybe you don't understand the industry you are. It's a creative industry. You have to come out with your creativities to achieve what you want to achieve. So I'll go to my slide now. Next, please. Okay, this is, we don't need most of this theory. I think I will jump a lot of things on this slide. It's just, I just put this together to be able to see what we are working with. Not like it's a filmmaking class anyway. What do we need theory for? It's much more of practical, but this is just to guide us to know where we are going and what we are doing. So I said drone. I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with what drone is. I know I'm speaking with the professionals. Even if there are a lot of students, I know most of us are. It's even the students that are doing the most, should I call it dangerous things in Nigeria today. We know of Ikorodu boys, they are not even students. Those guys can take adult classes. So it's not about students, it's not age. It's your creativity in combination with maybe your readiness, if I'll put it that way. So I say drone, definition of drone, please. So I say it's a revolutionary the way people make film and television programs. Drone provides new area perspective, enhancing visual experience and capturing new vantage points of the world. Area shot is a technique used in filmmaking to provide your viewers with an area view of what is happening on the ground. Drones are also useful in filming large landscape, creating a narrative and creating a film context. So drone, what is drone? Drone is just another gadget. Simple put, is another gadget like a tripod. It's another gadget like a gimbal that we give you another dynamic of your shot, that we make your shots to come out in another way. Simply put, it's just another creative way of achieving your shot. So what makes it different? Yes, it's different from tripod because it can take an area shot. It can go as up as, I think one of the latest one released, I think can go as far as 400 height. Yes, I think. So that is drone. Drone is just to give your production another taste. But one thing I've discovered, especially when it comes to Nigeria filmmaker, is most of us, I will not say all, most of the filmmakers in Nigeria, especially the one we see outdoor there every day from Aba or Onitsha, I think they discovered drone maybe some few years ago. Yes, some few years ago. Even though the so-called Americans have been using it, from what I know, I think, I'm not sure, I think it's been a while they've been using it. But most of the filmmakers in Nigeria, all of a sudden they discover a drone and they want to make a movie and they abuse the use of the drone. They forgot all the rules of filmmaking and just capitalize on drone. Every 2 minutes or 5 minutes, where you don't even need a drone shot, they just put a drone shot, they will just, and at the end of the day, you just, what are we showing? Are we displaying the beauty of your production, or we are trying to pass a message? Because I think that is what filmmaking is all about, should be all about. Yes, production is good. Production part of any film is fantastic. Like someone like me, I watch movie a lot. I watch movie a lot. Because of what I do, I watch movie a lot. But there's a particular country in Africa that they have this money, they do a lot, but they just don't know how to, I think they don't, I'm so sorry if you're from South Africa, but I just don't fancy them. But when it comes to production, if those guys are producing rubbish, if they are showing rubbish, their production alone will glue you to your seat and we want to watch, want to finish that movie. Their content to me is zero. But their production, trust me, is something else. Go and watch any South African TV show or film. You will know that they understand this part very well. Very, very well. You will see the way they do the interpretation of their drone, to the interpretation of the normal camera, to the, even the interpretation of light. Everything synchronized together. I respect them for that. But Nigeria, yes, we have good content, but we abuse the use of drone a lot, a lot. And I think by the time I finish this slide, I think maybe I'll be able to change one or two people's mind. Yes, drone is beautiful. You feel like using all your footages. You can imagine flying from, they said Abuja is beautiful. Yeah, you can imagine you go to Abuja, you come out at night and you fly a drone when there's light, oh, not now that there's no light. But when there's light, you fly Abuja, check it on your drone. Even you'll be happy with what you are saying. When you take that footage back to your system for post-production, trust me, you'll be tempted to use all the footages. And that is the area your discipline should come out as an editor. Yes, I edit. I do almost everything in production. Yes, I do almost everything. I'm a cinematographer, I do editing, I mix lights, I direct, which is my best part. But when you are editing, you need to be disciplined. If not, the beauty of the drone footages you get might mess you up. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, so types of drone. I think I started from here. Next. I started from here. There are a lot of drones, and I'm sure a lot of us have seen. I am supposed to fly one here. Sorry, please help me with that black bag. we're supposed to practicalize one or two. My drone operator will soon be here, but if he's not here, maybe I will use this myself, but I think he will be here. So I'm going to show us one or two drones. Like I said, I think I started from here that, yes, these are the most used one around the globe now. In any movie, check it out. These are the most used. The only thing you will see that will make you to think that they are different is because of the gadget, maybe the casing. You know all those red casing that we have that we put Canon inside it and it will look like this. And people will say, what kind of camera is this? It's just a casing. Even though they are good machine, you can call them machine, trust me. So this is one of them, DJI Mavic Pro series. I'm sure a lot of us are. This one is common here in Nigeria. A lot of people use this. A lot of people use Mavic. A lot. No, this is not Mavic. That is not Mavic. That is not the picture. I think my graphics artist my designer got this one wrong. This is not Mavic. Please, next slide. I need them to say Mavic. Okay, this is Mavic. This is Mavic. So there's Mavic series. We have 2 Pro. Then we have Mavic. I think there's another one, Mavic 3 Pro. I think they just released that one. And as you can see, these are the feature. The feature is simple. It has 3-axis gimbal. It has 4K images, traveling at 4 megapixels per hour. The 3-axis gimbal is just for stability. You know, there are a lot of drone, like I said. I think last year I was having a summer class for my students, which are from age 8 to 15, I think, last year, and in central area. My office and studios at central area, and one of the parents brought a toy drone, all this plastic one, bought it for one of his kids, and the boy was just disturbing me. Uncle, I want to fly this drone, I want to fly this drone. So I took them outside, I taught him how to do it. But you know, the only thing that is not available on those drones is there is no camera. All they do is just to fly it and enjoy the beauty of it flying around. But I sat down, I said, okay, let me achieve something with this and see. So I have one small camera that looks like a wristwatch. It's a wide angle camera. And I get a sellotape, a paper tape, and I tape it on that drone. And I power that drone. Do you know I achieved my footage? I got what I want. So there are a lot of drones. When you get to the market, if you carry your phone now and go on Gigi, you will see drone that you can buy for 25,000 naira. Likewise, you will see the one, Mavic 2 Pro, that I bought before the dollar moving up and down. I bought it 850. Just here in Use 2 in Abuja here, I bought it 850. But 3 months later, I wanted to buy it, they say it's 1.6. Like now it's about 1.7 or something because of Nigeria, whatever. So what I'm saying in essence is, this is a kind of drone. It's a Mavic. And the advantage and the differences between all these drones are just their features, which is stability. Like this one has 3-axis gimbal. What does that mean? Does anybody have a gimbal here? Have you used any gimbal before? Okay, gimbal, like a tripod here. Okay, this is a gimbal. It's just like a tripod, a camera holder. You know now that people put camera on top and run around. Sorry. Okay, this is one. This is actually from a drone, from one of the drones, which we get there too. So what they are saying there is it has 3-axis camera gimbal, like a tripod, like it has legs that you can sit on. This one does not have any 3 axis. You get, this is just a gimbal that I can use to run around and get my footage or whatever. So all of them have their differences and they have their features. And you know it's a market. What they are doing is, my own is better than you. I'm selling a Nokia phone, then Samsung come out with their own new one. Will I want to do lesser than what Nokia did? So that is what all of them are doing. But trust me, they're a machine. If you have them, you can go to sleep. Like me, when I'm going for my shoots, most times all I need is this. This is a 4K camera on it. Sometimes all I need is this. Yes, I'm a fan of Canon and Panasonic. I'll put my Canon in the bag. I will go with this. I can use this to get my handheld running around, as well as use it as drone. It's the same camera that I will attach with my drone. This is one of my drone, and I get the job done. So it's all about knowing what you want to do. Like if I want to buy a drone and buy another drone, and it is wrong for me to go for this because aside that I have something like this, I have something that have almost all these features again. So I'll show you 5. I think I'm showing you 5. Next, I'm showing 5 different types. The difference between all those 5 types are just their stability, their quality. Some record 4K, about 4K. Okay, this is Kama. This is the one I brought. This is my own here, and it has its disadvantage too, like every other one. This one, like you see, my first, sorry. Next. No. No, next. This is not the footage. Next. 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 Okay, let's go back. Okay, I think you mixed up my slide. But what they are saying in those different types of drone is all of them have their different features. Like this one now, it does not have a particular sensor that Mavic have. If you're flying this, the last time I used this, I actually crashed it because it does not have, what do they call it? It can, you say what? No, not that one. It does not have, what do they call it now? Like you want to eat something. No, it's sensor, but it's a particular sensor. It does not have a particular sensor that if you want to eat, like if you want to eat a building, like if I'm flying now and it's getting close to you, it will resist. It will get back from you. This particular one does not have it, and I was flying it, and I was pressing my phone. The next thing I hear is boom. And the funniest thing is, you cannot even get it in Nigeria, because most of the seller in Nigeria prefer other type of drone, and most of them don't do this kind of drone. So when you are flying, that is another thing you should pay attention of. So in summary, there are different type of drones. What differentiates them are their features. So when you want to buy your drone, know what you want. What do I want to achieve with my drone? Do I want to use this drone specifically for indoor production or outdoor production, or do a lot of rivers or oceans productions? Like these ones have a water resistance. If this one fall inside water, nothing will happen to it. Do you get? So that is the summary of the types of drone I've been talking about. Next. So when you want to buy, know the one to buy. There are some that the cameras they carry can shoot only 1080, can shoot only HD pictures. I hope we understand all these, some of the terms I've been using. 1080, HD, we are filmmakers now, right? Okay, so some of them have 4K, some 5K, like Inspire. Please, can you help me locate Inspire? I think number 2 or number 3. I think they use that, they use this, no? No? Yes. So they use this a lot in Hollywood. It does magic. It does magic. So don't just go into the market and they said they just released another kind of drone and you carry your money. These guys are expensive. And just like my friend, I have a friend, he always on internet because he has money. Once they said they release one camera, he has. Once they release another one, once they release another. So I asked him, what do you need them for? What do you need them for? Why should I change my Maxis D to Lumix Panasonic or to Sony camera? Why? You need to know what you want as a filmmaker. So if you are opportune to get a drone today, know exactly what you want to use it to. Don't allow anybody to rush you into it. Yes, drone is a very important part of any film production. Trust me. I can't imagine you shooting a movie except some special occasions that you just want to use one angle, just one camera, one angle that you're not cutting, there are a lot of creative production like that. But if you're into film production and you want to last now and in the next few years to come, you need to begin to think of drone. It's a necessity for any kind of film production. Next, please. Okay, so I said requirements for proper utilization of drone shots. So you need filmmaking skills to take professional drone footages. So after getting your drone, yes, now you have a drone. I don't think it's right for you to just go to the market, just what I've been saying since, and just buy a drone as a novice. You don't even know what they use it for. Before you go to market to buy a drone, it simply means that, okay, you are a filmmaker, or you want to be a filmmaker, or you want to produce a movie, or you want to, it must be something. Even if you don't have the practical knowledge of how to manage it, you need to understand what it's used for. So that's the reason why I said you need a professional, you need filmmaking skills. And what are the filmmaking skills? All of us, or most of us, are filmmakers. You know, in any filmmaking, you can simply categorize them into 3 stages, which is pre-production, production, and post-production. So you need to understand the 3 parts of this. If you don't understand them and you go to the market and you buy a drone, you will end up, maybe you crash the drone, or even if you don't crash the drone, maybe you will soon get tired, because when you fly, and the fly is not bringing anything back, you get tired. So you need to understand the filmmaking skills. And understanding the filmmaking skills does not mean that you need to know how to shoot as a cinematographer, or how to edit, or how to produce, or how to direct. You might just be a financer, that you just want to sponsor people to produce movies, or you just want to invest your money. But what I always advise people is, if you are coming into this industry, which is the entertainment industry, the filmmaking industry, it is best for you to have the entire knowledge. Someone like me, I can say I understand the whole thing, but I don't do the whole thing. I can shoot, I can edit, I can name it, But when I have a serious production, especially the production that is attached with budget, that I'm expecting to commercialize it or something, if I decided to direct, I don't edit, or sometimes I don't even shoot. If I decided to write my script, sometimes I will assemble my crew sometimes, and I will make sure that they don't have an idea that I know. I'm a filmmaker myself, that I understand. Sometimes I just want to undo some production and step away from it. I collect my script and give it, assemble my team. Okay, you do the shooting, I will do the post-production, or I will do the post-production, just follow the what. So what I'm saying in essence is you need that film skills. Even as an investor, I remember those days I used to shoot and wedding a lot. And I started with wedding, and I don't know how to edit. And I will finish the shooting. I love shooting. I love camera. Camera is just my thing. Cinematography is my thing. Every other thing I was forced to learn it because I have to, because those guys are messing me up. I will finish a production, and the client need the job in the next 1-2 weeks, and I will be running after editor. The client is calling me, I'm running after editor. The client is calling me, so I sat down. The people that are editing, do they have two heads? Okay, sit down. Let's learn this thing. And that was how I started. And today, trust me, there's nothing that comes my way in film production that I will not. But it is important for you to delegate some if you want to have a marvelous production. But make sure you understand. Even if you're producing or you are directing, just make sure you have an idea. In that way, nobody will mess you up. If your editor messed you up, you will sit down and collect your footage and start your work. So I said you need a film knowledge, and I break the film knowledge into 3, which is pre-production. And we understand pre-production very well. Pre-production, production, and post-production. So let me briefly go into this. They are important. You might think, yes, we know it. Yes, I know we do. But most of the errors that we make as filmmakers are even from what we know how to do best. I've been on a set before. I was on the set myself. And we finished the production. All the actors have gone. Everybody have disappeared. And we discovered that one of the episodes does not have audio. So what will you do at that particular point? So most of these things is a common mistake. I was still on a set in Umaya, I think in January, February. And the director or the producer of that movie almost killed somebody because the same mistake repeated itself. I saw one of the RMD messages sometime last year too, that he posted that, no, was it RMD? Yes, RMD post one last year and said, after all this, there is no audio, and was ranting everywhere. So it's a common mistake, and if we don't pay attention to it, you will make it one day. And where you will pay attention, where the attention begins from, is from pre-production. What do we do in pre-production? Pre-production is simple, just the way it sounds, before production. You discuss everything. You don't just go on the set and say, oh, because I have a drone is part of this production, and you start flying everywhere and start harassing everybody with drone. You need to be sure and certain that, okay, these are the areas I'm going to use a drone for. You need to plan every of your, please don't just go on set from now without planning your drone shot. There are different types of drone shots, and that is the reason why you need to fly. If you get a drone, I just remember something, and that's the reason why the production I had in Abia State, that is what do they call this place in Aba, where they're making shoe? Ma? No, where they're making shoe. No, the the factory the governor built there. I forgot. About elephant something, where they're making shoe. I was in Ayara market too. But this particular place, I didn't know what they called me for when I left Abuja was I should come and edit. But when I got to the set, when I got to the States and I discovered that the footage they claim they have, I cannot work with them. So I need to go to the field to go and get my stuff. And I told them to get me a drone person, and they got me somebody, and it was, your guess is as good as mine. It was just there, just flying around. Do you get? So you need these things, and it was late for me to come back to Abuja, get my drone, and those things will upset you when you're on a set. It will upset you because majority of the people will not leave their drone for you. They will not leave it to you. Okay, you know how to fly it. And it's not even advisable for you to do because you don't know it is your drone. They understood their setting. Because if you crash it, you buy it. Do you know? So the point is, in pre-production, plan your shot. You need to plan everything. That is why I say, get your story straight. Getting your story straight is part of planning the shot. I also said that inspection. You need to go to where you want to fly your drone. Trust me, it's best for you. It is only in this part of the world that, somebody can just wake up and say, I have 5 million, I want to shoot a movie. What movie do you want to shoot with 5 million? I'm sorry to say. The reason why I don't do movie is because I don't have the capacity yet. You cannot expect me to sleep on an American movie for the whole year and come up with 5 million naira that I want to shoot a movie. After all I've seen in American movie or in even Indian movie. So what will I use 5 million naira to achieve? But some of my brother does not understand that. They just want to make money. And trust me, they have their viewers. They have their, if you have 1 million, you can use 1 million naira to shoot movie, you will sell in Onitsha market. You will sell in Aba market. But someone like me will not do that. And I know a lot of filmmakers that will not do that. Kunle Afolayan will not do that. And Kemi will not do that. And a lot of them. And it's because they've seen it all. You will see a Nigerian movie maker want to make a whole movie, 1 hour movie, or 45 minutes movie. They want to make it in 7 days. How? So, slide please. So these are some of the reasons why I think I will not go into, I am not ready for it. I don't have the capacity for it. When I see good money that I know, I can pay my actors very well. I can pay every department very well. Then they will give me what I want. Then I'll be able to bring in what I need. Do you know some producers still use helicopter to get their shot? Even with the introduction of, what was this movies that I was reading about, I can't remember the title now. If you watch behind the scene of that movie, then you will know that we've not started yet. We are doing well, trust me. We just need to expand our mind. We are doing well, but if we are to, like today, when it comes to musical industry, the African guys, Nigeria guys are everywhere. But when it comes to Oscars, can you see African movie anywhere? You cannot. When the musical industry was ready, they got there. They are nominating them for Grammy, for MTV, for any kind of award. But the producers here, I think they are much more interested, even with good story. Can you imagine a story like Nigerian story, that when you close your eyes as a film producer, a story will drop on your head. A story will drop on your head, but the production is not yet there. Just few of our guys, which I respect a lot, have been able to move away from that mediocrity and doing what needed to be. And the funniest thing is, sorry I'm diverting a little bit. The funniest thing is, when you invest money into film production, when you put money, you will get the money back. when you spend money, except you don't, even if the story is not that genuine, if you know what you are doing and you assemble, if you have good money, spend good money, if you assemble good team, there are special guys, there are guys that specialize in this, they will deliver it to you. When you put good money, that's the reason why you see Netflix is running after Muabudu. They are running after her. She invested money. She left Ebony Abi. She left DSTV. She left DSTV and moved to Netflix. And it's just a matter of time. When she left about 2 years ago, people think, is she stupid? What is she feeling like? She left DSTV and gradually she's building. In the next 10 years, watch it. You will see Muabudu everywhere because she's building her own brand instead of totally relying on DSTV. And that is what money can do to you in filmmaking. So if you're a filmmaker, put money aside what you know. Look for money, invest money. When you put real money, you will see the difference between the outcome. You can compare a lot of movies together. Check them. They're on Netflix, they're on YouTube. Check the producer in Onitsha. Check the one in Aba and compare it to Kunle Afolayan, to Muabudu Production, to a lot of them. You will see the difference there. So let's move. And I said short list. It's also very important for you to list your shot. Be sure of your shot. Yes, it's fine. Make sure you do all this first. After you do all this first, you can now play around. Tell whoever that is flying the drone to do stunts with the drone. But make sure first that you do the inspection, you inspect the site you want to. Is there going to be a water there? If the site you're planning to use, you want to produce a movie and a producer give you a script that, okay, you are my director, you are my cinematographer. This particular shot, it's a drone shot. You've seen it on the script. You know, there are some directors that are even funny. They don't even go through the script until they get to the site, get to the set. How do you want to know? So you now get to the site, you now discover that you are supposed to fly across a river, and the drone you took there is a drone that is not waterproof. What if your drone that you bought like 2 million naira drop inside the water? In my language, they will say, who are you doing? Do you understand? So those are the reasons why you need some of these things. These things look simple, but they are very, very important. And a lot of filmmakers make this error. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, let me use my system. Sorry. Next. 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 No. We are not even close. We are not even close. Okay, let me use my. Okay, so I said there are three stages of production. So I just finished on the pre-production. So I'm going to. Okay, I said inspection, shortlist, permission. Please, I will copy the full slide. I will get the full slide for you. and we will. Okay, like I said, this is a kind of drone. Can you see how small it is? And it will achieve what you want to achieve. But the difference here is this one might not be able to achieve the 400 height like the other one. Do you get? So like I said earlier on, they are just of different features. So this is one. Because of the availability of drone here, this one, I will quickly divert a little bit. Please, can you go to the camera again? This is camera. Camera. Okay. So I said I crashed my own. You can see that the blade is. So I'm waiting for the order for the. So this is the same thing as this. Like I said earlier, the difference there are the feature. A drone like Kama has its own detachable camera. It has a detachable camera and has a gimbal, while some other ones don't have. So now, sorry I took you back, it's because I need to show you something here. So now, if I want to, this does not have, you can see the camera of this one here. The camera is attachable to this one. You cannot detach this one. But camera can be detached. So you can change the camera on camera to any kind of camera you want. Likewise, Inspire. Likewise, some other cameras. So, like this one now. Please take this one. No, raise it up. Fly it. Like this one now, I can remove the camera. I bought them together. This is GoPro camera. This is GoPro camera, while this one is DJI. DJI is controlling it from his phone. I have a controller here that comes with camera. Instead of me installing it on my phone, I can simply put it on, the controller is here for camera, and it's more easier. And that is the reason why it's much more expensive than this one. So you can see the setting of, this is the setting I'm talking about. Where is the camera? Where is this camera? No, this is the camera. This. Hola? This is the camera. No, it's not this one. Oh, it's connected. Okay. So, this, go to setting. So, this particular one I'm talking about is on production level. You know, I said pre-production, then there's production, then post-production. In production, you need to understand the setting of your drone. And you can see the setting. If you know how to operate any camera, you know how to set it up. If you know how to use phone to snap or to record, trust me, it's not a big deal. You can see it there. You will know how to set it up. It's just normal white balance, ISO, gain, and shutter speed. And do you get? Those are the things there. So when it comes to production, you need to understand this very well. You need to understand the setting. And then just the same thing on just the same thing. The difference again in this and another kind of drone, which is this, is in this particular one, you don't even need a special training for you to be able to fly. When you carry this controller, if you are somebody that know how to use a crane or use any gadgets before, all you need to do is just, when you power this one, it will tell you how to start. It will ask you, do you want to learn? Please pick this camera. Can you see it? It will ask you, do you want to learn? Then you click on it, and it will show you every move. It will show you everything you need to do for you. It is the most easiest things to do. So flying a drone is not a big deal. Trust me, when you see anybody flying, it's as good as the same thing that you are. See, it will show you here. If you buy camera or you buy any drone that has a controller like this, it will show you every step. If you follow every step that you need to follow, in the next 10, 20 minutes, you know how to fly a drone. So if you are somebody that is interested in flying a drone and you're thinking that, oh God, I'm a filmmaker, I don't know how to film a drone. Me, I don't like to fly a drone. I like to hire the person that wants to fly a drone, even though I know how to fly it. But if you're that person that wants to know how to fly, you will learn it all by yourself, depending on the kind of drone you buy. In 10 minutes, you will be a pro in flying. So the only difference that is there is you now need to pay maximum attention. If not, you will crash your drone. Is that fine? So that is production part. Thank you, Paula. So, okay, let me finish this. So, like I said earlier, with this drone and just a Canon camera or Panasonic camera Lumix, I'm okay to do any production. All I do is, when I want to fly, I remove the camera here. Attach another kind of camera here, and camera as big as Canon can be attached to a particular kind of drone, not this one. Some drone with different kind of gadgets can carry up to 3 cameras that they will be taking different angles. So we need to understand that, and it's not a big deal, it's just once you decide and you know what you want to do. So I'm going to move. Production, I'm on production now. Okay, we just finished pre-production, so I'm on production. And we just discussed on setting. I said number 1, you need to understand your setting of your drone. You need to understand the setting. You can see that I'm emphasizing on setting. It is important because if you don't understand the setting and you go up, you might crash it. And even apart from crashing it, they might even find you. Okay. I went to Dubai for a documentary, even though I will get there, and I got to Dubai, and you know, a Nigerian boy like me that I just think you can do anything anywhere. And I just brought out a drone to fly in Dubai. Before I know it, about 4 police, I don't know where they came from. I don't know where they came from. They collected I think it was like 2 months before they gave it back to me, and I paid some fine. So you need to understand, apart from setting, you need to understand the rules that govern any particular state. Also, I went to Ilorin to go for a documentary, and I don't know if anybody know Ilorin area, and I went to Naite area, and I just ran post office, and I just threw the drone up, and the next thing, I didn't see the drone again. Yes, I didn't see the drone. Why? Because I was flying very close to a mast, Naite mast. It's not MTN mast. If not because they sabotage Naite, my my dad worked in Nitel. I knew what they have in that place. So it does not even occur to me that, this mast. So I went to beside, it disappeared. The next thing I heard, like maybe about few miles away, somebody brought it for me, brought the pieces because it crashed. Because of the kind of technology that is attached to those masts, we drop your mast. What is drone compared to those things? Those things crash planes, aircraft, or any kind of thing. So you need to understand where you want to fly and what you will need to fly. And that will take us back to what I said earlier. You need to go and survey to inspect your location before you go on any site. If not, how much are they paying you to direct a movie? You are a director. You are not the owner of the movie. And they said you should go and fly in maybe a door beside one rich woman house. And she see your your drone flying, and she thought maybe you want to compete with her. And she drop your drone. Do you get? I'm just giving her. Do you get? So you need to understand that. And then production, you need to understand the setting. Then capturing the image. We are on production now. Capturing the image. You need to understand how to capture your image when you are using drone. If you're a good cinematographer, you know that it is no for you to face light and be shooting. You will not achieve anything because all your shots will be dark. There are times to fly a drone, except otherwise, except you want to achieve something different. But if you want to achieve something normal, like I want to show the area view of my production, then you need to choose your time. The best time to shoot as a filmmaker, you know that it is 2 hours before sunlight and 2 hours after sunlight, or when there is no sunlight at all. That you will get the best quality, crispy image. Even if you are using a drone that is shooting 5K and you face your camera directly to the sun, your picture cannot be clean. You get a granulous or not clearer, dirty image. So you need to know the time to shoot. The best time to shoot, like I said, 2 hours before sunlight or after sunlight, except otherwise that you want to achieve something different. Like maybe you want to face sun, you need that sun effect. Or you want to shoot, you need that night view, or otherwise. Do you get that, please? So the next thing here, the weather condition, we understand that, the camera setting, and a lot of that. Then the post-production. The post-production now. Sorry, my slide is not complete. I think I have one more session, maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow. I will come with a full slide and give to the organizer in case if anybody needs the slide. Then the post-production. The post-production is simple. The post-production is where we bring all the footages we've gotten together and turn into the film. So how do you edit your drone? Are you doing a drone production or you are doing a film production? That takes me back to where I started from. There are a lot of filmmakers in Nigeria abuse the use of drone. And that's the reason why I said, are you doing a drone production or you are doing a film production? Because I don't know why you should be disturbing my eye with drone every 2 minutes. Are you telling a story about drone or you are telling a story about your script? A film is an interpretation of a story. How you interpret it, your shots play a lot of roles. They play the major roles. And a lot of us don't know. And that's the reason why I respect these guys that have turned the film industry entertainment to something everybody cannot do without. You cannot do without your phone for 30 minutes. One, what is it called? One short movie or skit will just pop up. And you need to respect those guys. Most of them don't even go to film school. Most of them are illiterate. But it amazes me that they even understand this production, this film making production, than some of us that even understand the rules. You don't just jump into shots. You are telling a story. Your selection of shots must be the same as the story you are telling. In fact, someone should, as a filmmaker, as a producer, you should produce a movie and somebody should turn down the audio, mute the audio, and watch the interpretation of your shoot and understand what you are saying. When I finish my documentary most time, that is what I do, especially when I'm doing the intro that will not be more than 59 seconds. After I laid my soundtrack, my sound effects and all that, and I want to watch what I have done, I will mute the audio and watch without audio. Somebody should be able to do that to your selection of shots and understand that, oh, this is what he's talking about. So it's not that I have 10 cameras, or I have 4 angles, or I have 10 angles, and I must use all the angles. You need to interpret them. A close shot to a close shot is wrong. But I'm not talking about shots today, or I'm not talking about that today. But you need to understand, don't abuse the use of drone. It will tell of your professionalism. Yes, anybody that watch your production will say, oh yes, this guy is good, he's professional, he knows what he's doing. He's not doing it just because he has the equipment. You know, some people, it's because they have the equipment that they want to put everything on the. It is a good discipline for you that you have 100 options, but you stick with what is the deal. And you should as well not allow one rules to tie you down. You can move out of the rules creatively, which is what we are doing in the 21st century. But let them know that, yes, he knows what he's doing. Like this movie I was watching, this movie they just released, is it The Preacher or something? Aka, who knows that movie? What is that called? Man of God. Man of God. If you watch Man of God movie, then you will know that, yes, to me, I don't know about you if you've seen the movie. To me, you will know that, yes, the producer, the director know what they are doing. With the drone shots they used, the way they use their drone, we discovered that they know what they are doing. I don't watch movies sometimes because they are popular. I just want to know what they do. I want to know, there are some producers I like in Nigeria. I need to go and watch their movies. Anytime they release any movies, I go there to check, even if the story is not okay, or I just want to watch what they did. You know that it's not all the drone, it's not because you have drone that all your shots must be moving, must be running around. There are some times that you just want to stay up. You just want to stay still. There are some times that do you get? That will take me to the type of drone shots very soon. The type of shots you should take with drone very soon. But all I'm saying is, because you have a drone, does not mean that you should be jumping around. We are still in production, and I said post-production. So here I said we have different type of post-production anyway. We have different type of post-production software, editing software, which I'm sure a lot of us we know how to use, or you go and get one. Please, I advise you, if you want to be a filmmaker, either you want to be an investor or you want to be whatever you want to be, make sure you have an idea in all these things we're discussing. Even editing, it's not a big deal to be an editor. Don't allow anybody to cajole you. It's not a big deal. You just need to decide first, make up your mind. I've seen female editors. My wife edits more than me, and I taught her how to edit. So it's not a big deal. It's just making up of your mind that, oh, I'm ready now. They said it's not a big deal. Sit down, you will get it. As long as you even know how to operate camera. They are the same thing. Operating camera and editing buttons, they are the same thing. If you can open your mind, you will understand it. So I'm going to move. Lastly, on post-production, you need to know how to match your shots together. It is wrong for you to cut from a drone shot to a drone shot. Why will you do that? a drone shot to another drone shot as a filmmaker. Yes, like I said, there's room for creativities in filmmaking in the 21st century. But what they taught us in school, I'm not a film school student. I studied my own film school online. I did online courses. I read economics in school. And camera is just my passion. But I've attended many classes. A lot of teachers have taught me it is wrong to cut from a wide shot to a wide shot. Jumping from wide shot to wide, what are you telling? But there's a room for creativities. Depend on what you want to achieve. Maybe it's a kind of your own method of achieving something. And if that is the case, let people see that, oh, this is what you want to achieve. Don't let it be that you are the only one that understood what you want to achieve. Do you get? You can cut from a drone to drone, but not the same kind of drone. For example, you are flying a drone, and the drone is going like this, and maybe you miss your step, and the drone jacked, and you cut the jack part away, and you join it to jump shot. You know, it's a jump shot. Then you join them together. It's wrong. It is. So, when you are using your drone, you should have it in mind that it is not a drone production. It is a film production. I'm flying like this. What next? Think of the next shot that is coming after that camera, after that drone movement. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. I have 1, 2 camera here, and I have a drone. So I'm flying a drone here. Okay, when I finish the drone, which shot am I coming on? Am I coming on this or coming on this? Put it as part of your plan. Don't just be carried away with, oh, we don't fly that place. We don't do the drone shot. Forget the drone shot. Plan the next shot that will be introduced after the drone shot. That is for interpretation. The second part is the quality. How will you shoot a 1080 drone footage and your next shot is 720? Or how will you use a 4K drone and you join it with a 720 and one look red, the other one look? So you need to be careful of the quality. Likewise, you need to be careful of your color grading. You need to be able to match the color together. Like one of the footage I saw on the internet, I think about a few months ago, and there was, I think it was trending on Twitter, there was someone that was wearing a native, and the native was green when the first shot was moving, and they cut it to the next shot, it turned to red. The same person, the same story. And it was the editor that got it wrong. He messed up the owner of that movie. He was the one that got it wrong because he could not match the two cameras together. And like I always said, in that kind of situation too, don't blame the editor. Maybe the editor was not even paid. And that was the reason why I started with, I can't use some certain amount of money to do my movie. Because even if I pay you as my editor, you'll be happy to work for me because you know what I want to achieve. I'm paying you good. Do you get? So watch the interpretation of short. You know some short does not go with some short. Don't cut wide to wide or jump to jump or jump short. Then don't put different kind of quality shots together. You use your Lumix. This is Lumix here, GH4, and then you shot on Lumix 4K. Then you use 1080 on your drone, and you are not careful enough to do a proper editing to match them together. They are wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. So we move. Am I communicating, please? Thank you. So let's quickly let's look into some type of drone, some drone shots every filmmaker should know. They are not much. They are not much. If every filmmaker are conscious of these 5 drone shots, I think you have a great movie. They are simple, they are everywhere. You see it in most of the American movies. I think where most of us, or some of us, get it wrong is how we interpret most of them, how we introduce most of them. And so my number 1 here is Bird Eye. Bird Eye is, you see some of the names you call, media is so fun. Me, I love media. It's so fun that if you pay attention, you will discover that it's one of the professions you can understand easily and still enjoy yourself. You will so enjoy yourself. When others are running around on the street, you will sit down in your house and sleep. And when you have a job, you will wake up 1 hour, you have achieved what you want to achieve, and you get your money and you sleep again. Well, most people don't understand. I'm not there. I don't have, how much do I have? I don't have much, but I know the little things I have and the little things I've seen. Most people does not even know how valuable content is in this generation that we are now. Content is, just see from today, just look, when you hear people say content, what currency of money is more valuable to you? When people say content, just say pound sterling or dollars. Just say dollars. Just say dollar. That is what it is. Content is everything. And that's the reason why if a skit maker will come on the internet and tell you that I made 10 million every month, and people will be running around that, no, he's a Yahoo boy. It's a lie. Yes, some of them might be lying. I'm not defending anybody. But trust me, content is badass. Sorry if there's anything like that. Content is money. The moment you begin to see content as money, then you've escaped. You've escaped. And I have a lot of friends, a lot of bloggers friends. They are not even filmmakers. That all they have is just their phone. And they are making millions every month. And some of us call ourselves filmmakers, and we are still struggling around. We are still hustling around, looking for money for camera, to get camera when you have a phone. Because number 1 is not even the gadget that is the most important thing. The most important thing is even the content before the gadget. The content comes first. Most of those skits you are watching and you are laughing, crying, water coming out from your eye on internet. A lot of them are using phones to record. They are using phones to record. It's not gadget first. Don't allow anybody to put you in a corner. It's not. Don't tell me that it's because I don't have camera, or because I don't have mic, or because I don't have something. That's the reason why I'm not shooting yet, or that I've not started the idea I have. It's not. It is content. So the moment you begin to see it as content, then we understand that, okay, it's a good business. So bird eye type of is normal bird. Just imagine bird from up, flying, looking down. That is bird eye shot. I'm supposed to show us, but I don't know. Maybe next class I'm going to bring some of these shots. It's just, you take just the way the drone went up now, up like this, and you put your camera down. You control your camera down. Look down straight like this. It's bird eye. So imagine these shots from up. I think normally we call it high angle shot, Abby. High angle shot. So imagine it like this. Imagine from this level, I'm like this, and this is on me like this. So imagine it 400 feet up. So that is high. So you can achieve anything. It depends on what you want to achieve with that shot. Depend on what you want to achieve. That shot can be interpreted in different ways. You can interpret that shot for somebody that is sad, especially when it is static, when it is not moving, or somebody that is lonely from up. So it depends. I'm sure we cannot, I can't teach all that in the time I have here. But trust me, it's beautiful. For you to understand the kind of shots you want to take before going on set, we save you a lot of stress, and it will make your movie to come out. Don't just pick shots. Go and read on shots that you want to take. Why do you want to use bird shots, static bird shot, bird eye shots, or moving bird eye shots? What does it interpret? What does movement to the front interpret? What does movement to the back interpret? What does tilting up or tilting down or panning left or right? What does it interpret? These guys have meaning. There are reasons for using any of those shots. You don't just jump on them that, oh, this one is beautiful, let's cut it with this. No. There are different type of shots, and they are used for different purposes. So read on the shots, bird eye shot, and see from today when you're watching a movie, look out for these things. You will understand what I'm saying. They said, what is the name of this movie? James Bond in 2012. That was the first time they tried drone. And it was outside America because America has not approved the use of drone as at that time, 2012. They approved the use of drone 2014 in America. Before 2012, if you fly any drone as any filmmaker in America, it's not even allowed. But 2012, they stepped out to go and achieve that shot. I think it was outside America or something. They did that shot, and they used a particular shot there, which is a track shot. A track shot. We understand track shot now. Track shot is just a shot that you are following your subject. If your subject is jumping, you are following. If he's running, if he's anywhere he moves to, you are tracking him, you are following him. And they use that particular shot. Skyfall. I don't know if anybody has seen Skyfall, James Bond. Go and watch it. That was the movie that introduced drone. That everybody wants to use drone. That, man, this is mad. Since that time, they've been using drone to do mighty things. But you will see, if you go online, go and read some books, you will see everybody refers to that particular movie as the main movie that started the drone. And it was so beautiful because you were doing some crazy stuff, and the drone track him from all of the, he was in the market, on the ocean, and all those things. So track is another kind of drone shot that is good for any filmmaker. If you're planning to make one, take note of that as well. Then we have flying backward. I've explained that. Flying backward is just the way you sound. It's just fly your, but don't forget, whichever shot you want to choose, don't forget, there are purposes for different shots. As a filmmaker, don't just say, oh, I saw this shot on whatever, that is the shot I want. Do you know the story they are telling? Everything works together. That is what makes a movie. Content alone does not make a movie. Production alone does not make a movie. It is the combination of content and the production that makes a good movie. And that's the reason why those guys will always be ahead of us for now. Till some of us will have good money and bring some of you in to produce a good movie. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have review shot. A review drone shot is almost close to bird eye shot, but what it does is you start from a close shot, then you go up and review your entire subject or whatever you're trying to project. Don't forget those shots anytime you're opportune to fly any movie and to fly any drone. We have circle orbit. I'm sure a lot of us have seen it. Let me see if I can get that from here. But it's simple. If you have seen drone shots before, If you have seen a drone shot before, there's a particular shot that go 360 like this. I don't know. That is what they call circle drone shot. It's a very beautiful one. I did a documentary for Ondo State and I used it on the roundabouts, and it was a beautiful, it's easy to do. Like I said, drone is not a big, I think the most difficult thing in getting a drone is the money. Trust me, once you have a drone, if you are interested, it's not a gender thing. No. If you are interested in flying it, it's as good as you are playing, especially those of us that play games that use a joystick. It's easy. You have crazy drone guys. Me, I'm not interested. I know how to fly what I need for my small documentary if I want to do. But if I have a big project that require somebody or difficult something, I hire somebody that will fly for me. Like there's a guy in Lagos. I forgot his name now. I think he's the best when it comes to drone. If he handles drone for you, you will be scared. He will be going like this and you'll be shocked. He will be entering houses. And I also have a friend in Abuja here. Like me, when I'm flying my drone, I have my controller with me here. Normally as a drone pilot, I should not have this or have phone and still be looking at the drone up. You have a map here. This is where you control everything. But I don't have that mind. So most time, when I fly and I'm not seeing my drone again, I'm done. I'll bring you back down. But I have a friend. He can take a drone from indoor here and take it to maybe Area 3 junction, if he can get there. Use a map, and he will bring it back. Especially if you're a good geography student that know how to study map. And trust me, you'll be a good pilot. This guy in Lagos is making crazy money. I forgot his name. Most of those big guys is the one they are using. He does not do anything. We just cross his leg and come to you get hotel for him and he will fly. And mind you, the drone does not, the longest a battery can serve is not more than 20 something minutes, not even 30 minutes. So normally, you will not fly more than 10 minutes. What do you even need to fly for 10 minutes? 10, 20 minutes, you don't fly finish now. And this guy will collect his million. So if you are good today, trust me, or if you know you are good in using joystick, or go and get a drone and start and begin to upload your stuff on it, and people will call you. They are looking for a lot of guys, and that guy is expensive. I forgot his name. There are not many in Nigeria that can do magic with drone. So if you know you have talent with something like that, maybe I'm just your messenger today that God has sent to you. Go and get and begin to try it. I will be the first person that will patronize you, and you will see people will patronize you. So forget that there's no money in Nigeria. Guys are making money, especially when it comes to entertainment. Let me break it down, especially when it comes to filmmaking. Guys are making money. Even guys that are in school, they are making money. Forget, not be all of us be Yahoo boys. They are making good money. They are making money. So don't think is a lie or whatever. We have content in Africa. We have content in Nigeria. Like I said earlier, 3 years ago that I went to CAPSAT in Dubai, I met with guys from Australia, TV station from Australia, from Russia, and he took me to Russia for World Cup. Because after I finished that CAPSAT meeting, I had to make up my mind, even though I also work with the football agency anyway. I go to every tournament with them anyway. But after that CAPSAT, company were looking for guys that can generate content for them in Africa. It's not big content, just content of 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Guys from China, from Asia, from all those countries that have not even heard of Nigeria before, You'll be shocked. Just Russia here. I went to Russia and somebody was telling me that, where is Nigeria? What is Nigeria? That I've not heard of Nigeria before. Somebody was trying to touch me that I've not seen a black man before. Do you get? So they need content. That is one of the advantages of attending some of those international conferences. And I hope one day this Zuma will get to that level, or will look to that angle, that people all over Africa will come in and put different programs together. There are exhibitions. Like I said earlier that I was in Aba in January, and somebody mentioned Arara Market, or how do they call it? I don't know how to pronounce it well. There is a particular place here, they are fabricating tripod. They are fabricating tripod. I don't understand why till tomorrow, this tripod, we are importing it. When I started buying this tripod, I started buying it 3.5. Now this tripod is 18.5. And if you put a welder somewhere and you give him a correct plan, he will manufacture this thing for you better than this one. This tripod cannot last you 5 months if you use it very well. It will break. It cannot even carry some camera. So I hope maybe soon maybe the organizer of these events will look into that area. There are guys that can produce. I've seen on internet a lot of guys from the east, from the north, producing different kind of drones, even plane, but no support. No support. But if we look into it and we call these guys that, okay, we will put one day aside for exhibition. If you have anything that you want to exhibit, made in Nigeria, these guys are not big. What is big deal in making a tripod or making this gimbal? What is big deal in making this gimbal? I know Igbo guys that will make these things in how many minutes. But the thing is, we don't even, and we import these things with dollars every day. They will even be, go to Use 2. I don't want to mention the company name. They will not even allow you to check what you want to buy. They will tell you cannot check it. You have to pay. You have to buy before you check some of these gadgets in most of these shops in shops in Use 2 and everywhere. So, let me move. I think we're approaching. I spoke about track. Okay, I think I've done a lot of. I hope this guy will be a filmmaker. Trust me, it's the most easiest thing to do. It's the most easy. It does not even stop you from doing your education, going further for your education. I'm starting my master this year, and and it does not stop me from continuing with my filmmaking. It's just a double income for you. Just double income. You make your money. You just discover that you don't depend on anybody. My son, I've told my son, I'm going to teach him one thing, either he likes it or not. He will play football and he will carry camera, and I will teach him both of them. So it's easy. This is the most blessed generation, and I don't know why they just misinterpret it. They just took it the other way, and they are blessed, or we are blessed. Let me say we are blessed. I'm kindly part of them, not fully part of them. Blessed with opportunities. Opportunities. I always tell my guys that I wish I'm still in school. When I was in school about 15 years ago, university, all I was doing was the money they gave me to buy clothes, buy shoes. You can imagine how foolish I was. It was foolishness. I wish I'm in school now. I always wish that every day that I wasted. My guys that knows me, we always abuse me that how will you study economics and you be saying that you wasted. I wasted my time in university because it was about 5 years after university I even discovered what I'm doing. After I've wasted my time in bank, I market in Abuja street like I want to kill somebody. So guys, if you still have the opportunity, I'm just trying to encourage you. Don't allow anything to stop you. Drone is just a side, it's just a side also to filmmaking. But filmmaking will take you places. It will take you places. Trust me, mark my, at least I've been to almost 6, 7 countries, and it's because of this filmmaking. I've been to 6 and I've not spent my 1 naira. I've not spent my own personal money. Every country I've been to, it was as a result of a documentary or a tournament. I go to every tournament, being World Cup and Nations Cup. For how many years since? Do you get? And it's from this filmmaking. I'm not yet there. I'm not even 20% of where I want to get to in this industry, but I'm somewhere. But being a filmmaker is beyond carrying camera around. You might not even need a camera. It's not about camera. It's not about I know how to operate camera. I have 2 cameras. What are you doing with camera? Content is the key, is the major. Content is the major. And you are now in a country. You are now in a country that does not care about what goes out. Nobody is rigid about what you shoot or where you shoot. Before you lose that opportunity, please take the advantage. You can't go to Dubai and take everything. You can't go to Russia. I tried it in Dubai. I tried it in Russia. They jacked me up. Do you get? I couldn't take anything. There are places that you can take something, but there are places, what do they call it in Russia? Times Square, Abi? Is it Times Square? President something. I was there. You can't use more than your phone to do some certain things. Yes, you can bring out your camera, but you can't do some certain things. So take advantage of this. You are not too small to start now. You are not too old to start now. If you have the money, trust me, we need you. The industry needs you. There are a lot of stories yet untold. A lot of story. Those guys that you think that they are releasing movie today, tomorrow, they don't have a better edge than you. They are just determined. Some of them, a lot of them does not even have, they don't even have the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge, they just have money that, okay, I want to produce this movie, and I want to produce it well. A lot of people, mind you as well, have gone bankrupt. A lot of people have gone debt because of, they rush into the industry and they don't understand the industry. And that is the reason why I said, take your time to understand the filmmaking skills. Aside the technicality, know-how there are also ways, rooms to learn the managerial skills of the entertainment industry. And trust me, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. There's much money there. Please, can I plug my laptop somewhere here? Sorry, technical crew. I want to plug this laptop. Okay, so let me move. So we have some other type of drone shots, but trust me, it's not something you will learn here. If you are serious about it, take it to another level after this conference. Take it to another level. You know what to do. Go and register in a school or you know what to do. Just take it to another level. You will know it. They are not like chemistry offices. They are easy. They are just like 1 + 1 is 2. And before you know it, in 5 months, in 1 year, you are out and you are a guru already. And nobody wants to know where you started from. Nobody wants to know. Is as long as you are giving them results. That is all they care for. So quickly, let me run through tips and tricks of flying a drone or using a drone. It's just a tips. I think we've discussed on most of the major things you need to know. So let me just run through the tips and tricks. Number 1, I put here, I say fly in open places. Especially when you are just starting. Even if you're not just starting, make sure if you're not too sure of yourself, make sure you fly in open places. Don't go to where that you have too much obstruction and you want to form that you are a pro, remember how much you buy your drone. In few seconds, I order for this one now for, it's almost 3 months I've ordered for this, only the propeller. I've not been able to get it because they said they have it only in China. I don't understand why. Anyway, but if I order from UK, it will be in UK, but I cannot order from Nigeria. So now I cannot use this particular one. I've not been able to use this particular one for like how many months now? Do you get? So if you don't want to lose your drone, just try to look for an open space and fly your stuff. Then secondly, lighting is key. Lighting is key. I spoke about that earlier. And that was when I made mention of 2 hours before sunlight and 2 hours after sunlight, depending on what you want to get. But if you don't have a particular effect you want to achieve, the best time to get a quality, crispy picture of whatever you are doing is 2 hours before sunlight and 2 hours after, or after the sunlight, when there's no sunlight, depend on what you want to do. You know, these cameras are not made for us. They are not made for us. They are actually made, if you've ever read how they came up with most of these cameras, you see how they made this camera. They went into the lab and the color they used are not our own color. We are black. White guys do these things and they use their own skin. That's the reason why when you put a camera on a white skin, the setting you will need is just a small setting you will need to get what you want to achieve than when you put it on somebody black. Do you get? So that is the reason why you need to consider, especially when you are shooting in this, consider light. That, okay, Abuja is sunny. What time will the sun start dropping in Abuja? Then you can go out with your drone then. Well, except if you want to get special effects that has to do with any of those things. Then you consider weather too, especially for, I might need to charge my phone, my laptop. My laptop is down. Okay, then another thing you need is weather. You need to consider weather, especially for drone, like the other one that does not use water protection. If you are flying and suddenly rain starts falling, you will lose your drone. Trust me, you will lose your drone. So you need to consider that too. Also, you need to understand the setting very well, which we spoke about earlier. Understanding of your setting. My drone operator that came earlier was showing us how to do the setting. Before you fly your drone, check the setting. Don't go up before you start setting. It's dangerous. You have a limited time to achieve whatever you want to achieve up there, because your battery cannot do more than 20 minutes plus. So why will you use your 5 minutes, 10 minutes out of the time you have to be doing setting? Make sure you do your settings before you go up there. Okay, please, can you give me 5 minutes? 2 minutes, let me plug my laptop here. All right, sorry, I'm back. So we are still on tips, and I think I'm going to move here a little bit and come back. Okay, most of the things we have on the tips. Hello, one house, please. One house, please. So most of the things we have on the tips are just things you need to pay attention to before flying, and I think I've made mention of most of them earlier, which is battery. You need to take care, be conscious of your battery. There's a particular setting on the drone that says go back home. Is it go back home or back home? So if you are setting that's the reason why I said you need to be sure of your setting. You need to make sure that your setting is fine. If you put back home on your setting before you fly, it means if anything happens and you press that back home button, anywhere your drone is, it will come back to this flying point. Do you get what I'm saying? I started my flying from here, then I go to Use Market. Then I discovered that rain wants to fall. Then I need to come down. So I just press back home. It will come and meet me back here. But do you know that there are ways to use it? You need to be smart using it. Because if you press it, what will happen is all the movements he made from this place to Use Market, it will follow those same movements back till you get to this place, which means it will take a longer time before it gets back to this place. So if you know the reason why you want to come back home is because your battery is going, and you now use come back home, it will not make it home. It will crash along the line. If it's coming back home and the battery exhausts, it will just drop anywhere it is. And that is all. So you need to be smart using that particular feature. And that is the reason why I say you need to understand your setting and do your setting very well. There's also a track. Some of them have track. One of the features, if you read the features of some of the type of the drone we showed earlier, you will discover that some of them have types. Some of them have track feature, and some does not have. Like if you use track, it means if your drone is getting missed, if you missed it, your controller, either your phone or your controller, you'll be able to track it anywhere it fall to. Do you get? Like if your drone crashed and the one you buy is the one that have, like Kama have a tracking system, you can track it back to anywhere it is. I've missed one before in Ondo State, and I was able to get it back by the riverside because I use my phone. I follow my phone to track it to where it crashed to. But if it crashed inside water, just say bye-bye to the drone. So battery is another important. I always make sure I have extra battery when I want to do a drone production, because my own drone does not even spend up to, I think, 22 minutes. And sometimes 22 minutes is not enough for me to achieve what I want to achieve. So I will advise you should also get extra battery. And when your battery is going down, I think you should take note so you can quickly do whatever you need to do. Then there is filter. Take note also when you are recording your images, especially if you want to get a crispy quality image. There is filter. Who knows filter? Filter is just like a cover that you can use to boost your image. They sell it anywhere. You just use it in front of your lens and it will boost your image. It boosts the shutter speed sometimes or boosts the quality of your image sometimes. So if you want to get that crispy, especially for people that want to shoot inside the sun, that you must shoot inside the sun, and you don't want light to enter your camera, you can get a filter and put in front of your, for example, if you're using this, if you're using this kind of camera, you can get a filter that you can use to cover. It's just like, what do they call it? Eye contact, Abi? Eye contact lens. Just that same thing you put on your eye. For camera, we call it filter. You know, lens is almost the same thing as the way eye function. But in camera, in media, we call it filter. So you can get one and put it in front of your camera, and it will give you a better thing. What else do we need to talk about? I think that's all for now, except if you have one or two questions. Let me look for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I have somebody that wants to ask a question, and I don't know, is there any other mic? Or you will come out and use this one?
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Elijah, and I'm a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, sir, for this discussion. It's a well-delivered lecture. Sir, please, I want to ask, considering the hazardous and the risks involved in using these gadgets and the cost, what are the opportunities for insurance of such gadgets? Thank you so much, sir.
Let me take all the questions together.
Okay, thank you for the lecture, sir. My name is Tolu Benjamin. Sir, you said something about Nollywood producers using the drone wrongly. You did not actually state it. Why? What are they doing that is actually wrong from the Hollywood producers? Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, please let me answer this question first. I didn't say they are using it wrongly. I didn't say all of them, most of them, or some of them. It's not even Nollywood alone. If you watch some of this American movie, you see most of the movies we watch of Americans are the A-class own. If you go on internet and you check some other American movies, they are into grades. There's A-class, there's B-class, there's C-class. Even our own movies are better than them. You will shut down your TV because of the nonsense, sorry to use that word, they are doing. So it's not about Nollywood alone. Nobody knows it all. The only thing I'm saying is our own too much. How will I wear glass now? And the next, whatever you said, you know all those little errors that we always make? That was what I was just saying. It's not like we are bad. We are not bad. We are the best in Africa. And we are recognized all over the world when it comes to even movies, Nigeria, and music. So that was not the point. The point is not that we are bad. I'm just trying to pass a message that do it this way, don't do it that way. Did I answer your question? Then for the insurance is your property. Some drones are expensive than a car. I'm not the one that will come and insure your car for you. If you know that your drone is important to you, then go and insure it. If you crash it, the insurance company will give you your money. You can insure anything you want to insure. Do you get? So go there and insure your thing and they will give you your money. I think one thing I didn't mention that is kind of related to that is regulation. I mentioned it earlier briefly, but there are rules and regulations that guide usage of drone in every country. Like if you're a filmmaker, trust me, there's no way I want to travel. There's no way I'm traveling to anywhere in Nigeria and I'm going to take aircraft and they will allow me to take this in without a license. This particular one, I've been seized like almost 3 times in Abuja airport here. They don't allow me. They don't allow us to go with it. Every filmmaker can testify to you. What we do is to buy the small one, like my friend that came the other one, and smuggle. I should not say this in a place like this. Most of the filmmaker smuggle this. This has spent like 3 months in immigration, Abuja immigration before, because I was going to Maiduguri for a documentary, and they didn't allow me. But the beauty of this is the documentary I was going for is for Air Force, and that was the only reason why I was able to get it back. They didn't allow me to take it back, but I had to go back to Air Force office and tell them, okay, they've taken my drone because I want to go and do your job, and they are the one that cleared it and collected it back for me. So there are regulations that govern, as lawless or whatever that you think Nigeria is. You cannot just go stand anywhere in Abuja and fly a drone. Even if you are doing that, you need to open your eyes. You need to stay in a corner. It's because we understand the terrain, so we know how we do it. And if you want to look at it at the other side, you can't go to Lagos that you want to shoot movie and you just fly a drone. Even the area boys see you with camera and lights alone. They seize your equipment till you say to them. So you now say, okay, I'm flying a drone. So there are rules in places that govern every territory. What you should do if you don't want problem is look for those rules, search for those rules before you start your production, and get your license. Before you can fly any drone, you need a license. When you have your license, you can fly anywhere. And they issue that license in Abuja, they issue it in Lagos. So when you get, if you don't want to do either whatever job, get your drone, go to the necessary authority and get your license, and you'll be free to fly anywhere, and you can renew your license too. Any other question, please? All right, so in the absence of none, I want to... Question? Okay, so in the absence of none, I want to say thank you again to the organizers. I appreciate this platform so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, the Managing Director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, Dr. Chidia Maduoke, for being here. And thank you, other guests, for being here. And thank you, participants. I believe that it's worthwhile, right? So thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow is another day. However, from here, we will be moving to Silverbird Cinema for the South Korean Day. It's going to be a film premiering from 5 to 7 p.m. this evening, which means we have to get to the cinema on time because there's going to be a security check at the entrance before you enter. So we'll be leaving here immediately hereafter so that we'll get to the cinema. And don't forget also tomorrow, very, very important program taking place in the morning. It's a directing masterclass starting at 9 on the dot. So please let us be here latest 8:30. Thank you so much and see you there.